Let's go, chat. There's the music. Let's go, let's go. Hold up, music. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, chat, music. We got the music. Chat spamming music is off. Oh gosh. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Today's gonna be a good one. ARR is at 207,000. Oh my goodness. All right, check it out, check it out, check it out. All right, let's see where things are at. All right, today so far we've made $295. Yesterday we made 1,487. Let's go check out the main dashboard. All right, MRR is at 17,325. Let's go. This is what happens when you don't stop, when you don't give up. All right. Today we're gonna be grinding. We got a 5-hour stream ahead of us. Let's go. All right, let me turn down music a little bit. All right, guys. All right. What's up, Mute the App? What's up, Blizzman? What's up, Fast AI? What's up, Aryan Stain? What's up? Let's go, chat. All right, so we are grinding. We got 3 max subscriptions today. And I have to say, the Opus 4.8, so if you guys saw my review video on it, Opus 4.8 came out on Thursday, which came out of nowhere. And, you know, it's interesting. It's the best model in the world now, but I think that we're still experiencing like some of these like hype drops where, for example, hey, I think that Anthropic, they just felt like they had to drop something. We also got MiniMax M3 last night. I did a review video on it this morning. But here's BridgeBench. I do want to highlight one thing on BridgeBench that we are seeing. If you guys look at the BS benchmark, look at how well Opus 4.8 is now performing on this benchmark. It scored a 96, okay? And something that's really interesting about this is that Opus 4.7 performed very poorly on this benchmark. So, you know, I think that what we're seeing is Opus 4.8, this is not some like revolutionary leap, okay? But they did adjust the model weights to be able to fix some of the issues that people had with Opus 4.7. One of them being this here, does the AI model push back on nonsensical premises? And that's what we're experiencing is that, hey, we saw that this got a 96 and Opus 4.7 was way down here. Opus 4.6 got 95. So you guys can see that, hey, the reason that people didn't like Opus 4.7 is it had some regressions, one of them including this here. So Opus 4.8, it did fix that, but overall, I think that today I've had enough use of the model now where we're going to be working on BridgeVoice. There's actually a pretty cool feature and improvement that's going to be coming to BridgeVoice today. We're going to switch to a better model that's going to power BridgeVoice, but I'm super excited, guys. 5 hours, we're going to lock in. We're going to make it happen. Let me get the chill music on, and then let me pull up the chat, and we'll get going. All right, here we go. All right, here's the grind music, guys. Let's get it. All right, Fahad, what's up? Refi, what's up? Aryan, what's up? Yeah, we got music. Let's go. Do you know why Microsoft canceled license of Claude from their workspace? I'm not sure, no. All right, so check this out. So the first thing that we're going to do today, so I am going to use this UltraCode, and I am going to do a BridgeVoice, okay? So we're going to do BridgeVoice, and let's actually pull up BridgeVoice real quick, the production version. All right, so we do have, okay, here's BridgeVoice. All right, here we go. I need you to do an in-depth review of the design of the settings page and the other screens inside of BridgeVoice, and I need you to assist me in significantly improving the design to make it more compact, more sleek, and more responsive to all sizes. Review this in depth and then help me improve the design of BridgeVoice. All right, so we're gonna launch this. We're just gonna get started. We're gonna focus in on BridgeVoice. It's been a while since we checked Discord to rewatch today's legendary intro. Oh gosh. The legendary intro today is literally what? It was me just dancing around with it silent. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. All right. Blizzman said 10 billion tokens to BridgeSpace. Yeah. So there's a pretty big issues that happened today. So Fight Obsessed said 207K ARR URG. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, Danny. So there has been a new update to BridgeSpace, but I do want to give you guys a quick update. So if you guys remember where we left off on, what was it, Friday? So I had shipped this update, and if you guys missed my Opus 4.8 review video, the biggest problem that we had with that update is that basically it shipped with a bug in it. It had a bug in the terminals for the text rendering, which was not good. So I think that we need to improve this so that, first of all, that doesn't happen again. But I am going to show you guys where we're at. We pretty much have to rebuild a decent amount of functionality because I was trying to solve the bug and I couldn't get it. It's a limitation. And that's what's frustrating about some of these existing models is that there are some serious limiting factors to the current models. So I was kind of talking in my most recent video just about like, hey, we do need better models. I don't know if Mythos is gonna be that model. Can you please publish the list of supported languages for BridgeVoice? I can, yes. What are you gonna build today? So today we're gonna work on BridgeVoice. We're gonna do a quick sprint on BridgeVoice. And we're also going to be building BridgeSpace. So we are gonna be, here, you guys are about to see this. It's about to pop up. But I'm gonna show you guys, I have a vision because BridgeSpace 4 is gonna be launching the coming month, okay? So in June, I would like to launch BridgeSpace 4. And I think that the biggest things that we're gonna focus in on is just like a bug-free experience, as well as honing in on the existing features that we've been working on that haven't really been like built in. So look at this. So if you guys go over here, you guys can see bridge board, bridge memory, bridge skills, and you can go up here and you can navigate to these pages, right? So for example, hey, here's bridge board. If I go to my production over here, you guys go to see that, hey, this is bridge board, okay? So you have this Kanban board, but I actually don't really like this because in order to get to this board, I go up here and I click this and I navigate to this page. I'm starting to think that it may be a little bit of a better approach to just have it like right here. Like when I start a new workspace to make it so that Bridgeboard like is a workspace in itself. I don't know, it's just like a little bit of a design thing, but I just feel like going all the way up here, it kind of hides it. If you guys get what I mean, like it hides it a little bit. And I don't know if I really like that. I don't know if I like that. Did I try MiniMax M3? Yes. So I did try MiniMax M3 and I'm not a huge fan. Here, let's paste this prompt in real quick. I just want to see what it looks like. I need you to note that currently bridge memory, bridge board are in the navigation system. I want to update this so that they are actually able to be selected in the welcome screen here. Add it under bridge swarm and BridgeSpace. All right, so I want to just change this up a little bit because I think it's going to make it just more approachable. So how do you want to work? We'll add it like right here. We'll add them right down here. So on this screen here, I'm just gonna say, hey, I want them added like right here. So we're gonna add them right here. We're gonna go back over here and that's where we're gonna add them. And then we're gonna start building them out a little bit more. And then what we'll be able to do is they'll be like a workspace. So instead of us having to go over here and then having to click into it, what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to have like multiple workspaces open, and some of them will be the memory systems, some of them will be the bridge boards, and they'll just be over here and you can label them in your workspaces. I just like that approach a lot better, to be honest. LV Music said, what would be a great business niche that we can implement AI into? I mean, pretty much like any niche. Like what are you working on right now? Like what are you thinking about? Can you please make a detailed guide video about how to use BridgeSpace professionally after the update of BridgeVoice? Yeah, so the stream today is going to be, it's going to be 5 hours long. Hold on, I'm going to move the desk down here real quick. All right, so it's going to be 5 hours long, and then I have a bunch of stuff that I need to do, obviously off stream. Been a little bit of a hectic morning for me. I've been up since 5 a.m., but that's what it takes to grind. All right, let's go. All right, Kanban is the way to go, but you need to branch and create PRs. Okay. All right, this one here. So this is, and my thoughts on UltraCode, I'm kind of having some mixed opinions on this. I feel like this is a very beta feature from Anthropic, especially after I launched like 100 of them. it takes so long to get any task done. I think that for most tasks, honestly, guys, you don't want to use UltraCode. And it's like for two reasons. First of all, it burns tokens like crazy. Second of all, it's just too slow. Like as soon as you do this, it's just too slow. How have I developed BridgeVoice? BridgeVoice was like, what do you mean? How have I developed it? Like, what's the framework for it? Because that's a broad question. It uses, for example, it uses Whisper v3 Turbo, and then we use Whisper models locally. So you have the option to be able to choose between Whisper models or like cloud models. Yeah, 40 minutes is too long. How do you deploy the project from BridgeSpace? Well, you have to have your own pipelines for that. Like whether you use Vercel, whether you use AWS, whatever you use. So is MiniMax M3 worth using? I would say like it's not great, to be honest with you. It's a very cheap model. It was introducing like a ton of bugs for me personally, and I'm just not a big fan of it, honestly. I need you to do an in-depth review of the functionality to be able to do push-to-talk locally when I'm running this in dev. Jack Spade, what's up? How's it going? npm run tari dev local. I need you to help me figure out how to make it so that the push-to-talk works locally when I'm testing. For some reason, it's currently not working. Would you review the code and pinpoint exactly what's causing it not to work and fix it respectively so that I can test this locally? Okay, is it costing you money on each request? For what? For BridgeVoice? It is, yes. Hours today's, that's for Mythos. That isn't out yet. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. If you guys have seen this, they said that Mythos, it's probably, or Mythos, Mythos, same thing. But look at this. So this is what we're seeing from Mythos. Claude Mythos released by, there's a 10% chance that it's going to be released in 2 weeks. I doubt that it's going to be released in 2 weeks. June 30th, there's a 30% chance. And then there's a 72% chance by July, which this is very, very high. So the likelihood that we get Mythos within the next 2 months is incredibly high. I do think that we will get it by July for sure. The question is it going to come in June? It could come in early July. We're not sure. But this is really the model I think we're waiting for. I talked about this in my review video of Opus 4.8, but it's like, hey, the models that we're getting, Opus 4.8, Opus 4.7, GPT 5.5, these are like very small iterations of these models. And yes, they've improved since we got like GPT 5 or Opus 4.5. Yes, they've improved, but they haven't really improved that much, to be honest with you. And I am waiting for, like, I want to get a model where it does feel like new things are possible. And it's just been a while since we got a model or even just like tooling that does that. So it's a little bit disappointing to see like Opus 4.8 come out and have it not, like, I don't really feel like new things are possible, right? But I think that is going to change. How accurate is Polymarket? People just follow the crowd. I don't know. I feel like if there's something that has high odds in Polymarket, there typically will be insiders trading on it. That's why I do look at it. Okay, guys, I have a question for the chat. Does anybody know, is Parakeet now the best model? Do you guys know that for voice to text? Is it? I think it may be Parakeet now. I think there's a, hold on. I think there's a benchmark for this. Let's look it up. Best voice to text AI models, artificial analysis. I think that there is a transcription benchmark from artificial analysis. I think it's this right here. Okay, so I do want to show this to you guys. So look at this. So speed factor. So Parakeet, this actually just launched the other day. Wow, I didn't know this. Wow, look at this. So this is the speed factor. How's the churn on BridgeMind? It's not terrible. Right now, it's been very, very steady ever since like 15K. I just think that we have definitely a strong base. Okay, so look at this. So we have Parakeet TDT 0.6B. So this is 0.6B. So what is this? It's 600. It trained on the Granary data set. It supports automatic language detection. I wonder if this is this a better approach then? Yeah, the speed factor is insane. So this just came out. So this is a new Parakeet model, And if you look at this, so this is like Whisper v3 via Fireworks. So Whisper is really fast if you use it via Fireworks. But what I'm more interested in is this here. So the word error rate is what I'm very interested in right now. Let's actually clear this because we're gonna make BridgeVoice better today. And if you look at this, you see, okay, we've got, wow, there actually is a new one. So Fun Real-Time ASR. That's a new one. Companies are starting to implement strict token policies. It sure will hit Anthropic. Yeah, probably. Mohammed said, hey there, can you please tell what are your main goals for this live stream? So in this live stream, we are going to be improving BridgeVoice. I'm going to be doing a lot to be able to improve both the design as well as the underlying model that is powering BridgeVoice. And then we're going to be working on BridgeSpace, and we have a lot that we want to do with BridgeSpace. We want to make, okay, so the updates are already coming in here. So you can see Bridge Board and BridgeMRR are right here. And this is, we're going to start to prep for BridgeSpace v4, okay? We've making a lot of updates, but there's going to be a new thing that we're going to be working on today, which is becoming more and more popular in the vibe coding world. I've been seeing a lot more of it. People are building like, so there's this look here, which is like a terminal workspace, but people are also building out like all of these canvases. And I see a ton of like canvases, and this is something that we put in alpha. If you guys remember with the release of BridgeSpace 3, we did have a canvas mode, but I didn't like that approach. And I think that with BridgeSpace v4, something that we are going to build out, and we're going to start prepping for it today, but we kind of do want like a canvas look where, for example, we're going to have like the browsers built into the canvas. And we're going to have, like, I think that you can do a lot with canvases, but it's becoming more and more prevalent. And I think that that's something that we want to pursue for BridgeSpace 4 is kind of like a canvas workspace. So terminals are great. And that's like our main approach that we've had that's worked really well. And this is my main flow. But I do want to just experiment today a little bit with something called Bridge Canvas. We're not going to, I don't know what'll happen today. I don't have a super structured plan, but we're just kind of build and iterate and see what we can make today with that. Quen LM voice detect. I don't think that's great. So this is what we're looking at. I mean, Gemini 3.1 Pro has a high, I mean, this is what we currently use. We're using Whisper Large V3 right here. So this is what we're currently using here. It has a 4.1% error rate. Robot Bolt, what's up? How's the Windows support with BridgeMind? It's pretty good. Yeah, Windows support is great. We're working on the Linux support, foundation and settings. All right, that's going to be fine. Okay, so BridgeSpace. Okay. You should show the BridgeMind logo on the left for the logo icon like the others do as well. Yeah, so I would say that if you guys are curious about this clipping agents to EDE, the full streamer pipeline. Well, Hung, you know what's interesting is I do think that people are, I mean, I feel like this is what's happening. It's totally fine. A lot of people are watching BridgeMind very closely now, and they're trying to figure out what works. And at the end of the day, like, you know, hey, like I hope that people just do what they're passionate about, right? From my perspective, where I'm at right now is it's like I feel like BridgeMind, we've built it up. You know, I'm making enough money from BridgeMind now where I feel like very comfortable with what we're doing. And I feel like what we're doing is going to succeed. It's all about just showing up every day. And that's the thing is it's like early on in your journey, you don't know whether or not what you're doing is going to succeed or fail. And BridgeMind could still fail. It's just that I think that at the point that it's at now, it is a different scene than it was, let's say, 6 months ago, right? Or even 9 months ago. But you just have to keep showing up and you have to be consistent. Like I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. I got 6.5 hours of sleep. I woke up, I've been grinding. I've been posting on X. I made a YouTube video this morning. And it's just all things that you need to do to be consistent and win. Will there be a Bridge mobile app? Probably not. I've worked a little bit on it. I played around with it, but we'll see. Okay, let's see here. How's the Stripe dashboard right now? I'll show you guys. Yeah, it was so this is one thing that you guys may not have seen, but very early on, if you guys remember, Peter Levels, the most viral moment that BridgeMind has ever had. So here's the Stripe dashboard. So currently, so far today, we've made $315. We made $1,487. We have a payout for $1,896 coming tomorrow. If we go to the main here, so MRR is currently 7. So we did break 17,000 MRR, but just this past week, like that's the past 4 weeks. Here's what the last 3 months has looked like. So we're getting another uptick here, which has looked really good. But even the last 7 days, have looked really good. So 7 days ago, we were at 15,468 MRR, and now we're at 17,325. So the last 7 days have been really good. We brought in 9,100 in gross volume, 7,549 in net volume, which is after, you know, all refunds, disputes, fees, all of that. So this looks pretty good. Bridge control would go crazy. Yeah. I've seen you on stream here and there. Is there a TLDW on what you've accomplished so far? I mean, that's kind of like what the series is for. It's hard because there's so many new people, and I probably will need to create a video here soon and just explain everything that we're working on. Okay, let's go over here. All right, so all 4 cards now say this. Let's actually go check this out and go over here. So what I'm going to do is I just want it to be a little bit more accessible. So previously, if you wanted to go access, you know, Bridgeboard, you would have to go all the way up here. But instead of that approach, I kind of want to make it so that it turns into a workspace. So over here on the left, you guys can see this, where, hey, these are our workspaces, but I want it so that a Bridgeboard can be a workspace. If you guys see this, so that you can kind of just like toggle back and forth. I think that that's a better approach. I now need you to review the functionality and help me make it so that bridge boards and bridge memories can be workspaces. Review this and help me integrate this functionality so that users are able to open up a bridge board or a bridge memory, and it will show in the left workspace tab. And then we're probably going to need to add some sort of icon for this. So it's going to go right here. And there's probably going to be like some sort of differentiation icon. What would you recommend for someone to market their product? I think that social media is a phenomenal way to do it. That's what's worked for me. I think that with BridgeMind, you know, hey, if you can start posting on social media and just be consistent with it. Like if you start posting, here's the thing, like if you start streaming or if you start posting on social media like YouTube videos or X posts, the only thing that matters is consistency. Like I can guarantee you that if you start posting on X, if you start posting on like any social media platform, you're going to be getting like big goose eggs. Like it's going to be really hard to start out. I could go and show you guys like when I started streaming, I had nobody watching, right? And the thing is it's about like how consistent are you able to be? And hey, you either are consistent and you succeed, or you're not consistent and you don't succeed. Like I think that it's pretty hard not to succeed if you're literally just like working, you know, 12 to 16 hours a day. This week will be a 16-hour a day work week. I'll probably work 80 to 100 hours this week, and you guys will get to be here for a lot of it. Okay. Have a dedicated CLI session to manage a board. Yeah, that's what. So it's not going to be. Oh, are you saying like one of these here? I think that'll be a workspace over here. So we're going to turn it into a workspace so it's a little bit more accessible, because one of the reasons that I feel like I don't really use Bridgeboard as much as I should is because I have to go all the way up here and then I go over here, and it's just like in it kind of like it's isolated workspace, right? Like what I would rather have is I would rather have this here literally be over here on the left, and I would want to open it up like just from the main thing here. And that's what we're doing right now is if I go over here and I click start, now you can see that this is now I can select these. And that's kind of nice. How are you using multiple agents at a time? Which coding tool are you using? So we're using BridgeSpace. So this is the ADE that I've created. It's an agent development environment. Okay. Can I build same app like you? I think it's a great app. Yeah, you can build an app similar to BridgeSpace for sure. It depends on the product, but for quick revenue, you can go for lifetime other than monthly is more effective. Yeah. I mean, I think that you have to decide whether or not you want to choose. Like somebody asked me recently, they said, hey, for pricing my product, what kind of pricing should I do? And it's like, from my perspective, I go the monthly route because I'm like in this for like the long term, right? Like for me, I'm on my way to $1 million in ARR. I'm working on creating like monthly recurring revenue. You could go the lifetime approach. Like if I wanted to just make like quick money, right? I could add a lifetime option, and people would probably flock to the lifetime option versus monthly because, hey, you just pay one time. You never have to worry about a subscription. And that's what a lot of people will choose. They'll choose that lifetime. Seven, what's up? If I needed to explain BridgeMind to someone in 30 seconds, when you when they compared it to just running 6 to 8 terminals running Claude. What's the best layman blurb I could give them? So yeah, so really the benefit of using BridgeSpace is that it's an all-encompassing workspace, okay? So you have all of your terminals here, so you guys can see all of my terminals, but then if you open up this sidebar, you'll see that I have a browser tool here. So I have my browser open, and I can go over here, right, to BridgeMind, and I can toggle, for example, this right here, and this is the design tool. So if you needed to basically submit a prompt for specific HTML elements inside of your website, you could do that, and you could easily submit it to Claude. You also have access to your actual files on your machine in whatever workspace you're in. You also have an orchestration agent. So for example, I can, hold on, let me just grab this one. So we can drag and drop this in right here. I need you to tell me if this one is done or not. And if it is not done, I need you to submit the follow-up prompt to have it proceed with next steps. So I can basically drag and drop this terminal in, okay? And what you guys are about to see is that, here, let me zoom out a little bit so you guys can see this. So it's gonna be able to process the context of what's actually in this terminal. And either this terminal is done working or it's not. And this agent actually has the full context of the workspace, and it's able to submit prompts on your behalf. It can launch additional agents on your behalf. It can literally submit robust system prompts that you don't have to focus on the prompting yourself. What's after the 1 million? Not sure. I'm going to focus on 1 million, and then we'll go from there. Okay, let's see this one. Bridgeboard and BridgeMemory both show app global data, one shared board, one shared memory graph. When a user opens one, how should tabs behave? I'm going to allow multiple tabs. Persist across restarts. Yes, I want to do that. Open as a workspace tab. Okay, so we're kind of moving to this different approach here. Have you ever worked online other than working speech-to-text systems? Yeah, so I think that, okay, connection hiccup. So bad gateway, what's causing this? Let's figure out what's causing this here. I noticed that was being a little bit slow. Okay, we're going to open up, I'm going to open up Cursor for this real quick, and I do want to use some of my Cursor credits. So I do have like $16,000 in Cursor credits or something like that. Let's go over here and let's submit a follow-up prompt in Cursor. Okay, so here we are. This is Cursor. Composer 2.5 fast in Cursor is really good, but because I have all of the Cursor credits, I am going to use GBD 5.5 extra high fast. I'm going to submit this. I'm going to add in the BridgeMind AWS account, and then I'm going to add BridgeSpace Tari, and we're just going to figure out real quick what's causing this. I need you to review the bug that I got when using the Bridge Jarvis voice orchestration agent, and I need you to figure out what exactly is causing this bug. All right. I also am going to paste in BridgeMind API, and then let's submit that. And then this will be able to actually go into the AWS account and figure out what's going on. I'm going to let that run in the background. Okay, how much do all of these AIs cost to operate? So I spend $1,000 a month, but you don't need to spend $1,000 a month. I kind of go overkill, to be honest. Okay, let's have one of these. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents, and I want you to search the internet for the best voice to text AI that we can possibly use right now. Currently, you need to review what we're using for the cloud mode inside of BridgeVoice. And then I need you to think through what we could potentially replace it with that would still be affordable, but be faster and more accurate. So we're going to see if we can improve this. At this point, Whisper v3 is like pretty outdated, to be completely honest with you. Whisper v3 Turbo. Also, this Parakeet model is, it looks like the Parakeet is doing really well. Omega said, what is this Bridgeward AWS skill? Yeah, so it's a skill that I use for my Hermes agents, for example, and it's able to protect from prompt injection. So for example, if you have a Hermes agent that is managing customer service, you want to make sure that that has a prompt injection protection. And that's what that is for. It protects from prompt injection. But if you look at this, look at how far back Whisper Large v3 is now on this list. So Whisper Large v3, it has a 4.1% error rate. And then if we go down and we look at, where's the speed? I want to find speed. The speed factor is right here. Can I see it? Okay, here it is. Okay, speed factor. Speed factor versus price. I want to say, okay, here's just the speed factor. So let's see how fast v3 Turbo is. Yeah, where even is it? I don't even see it on this list. Hold on. v3 Whisper. Okay. I mean, Whisper v3 on Fireworks is way faster. Whisper Large v3 Together AI. It's super fast on Together AI, but what is this here? Parakeet TDT. It literally has input audio seconds transcribed per second. Higher is better. What even is this? Mistral is good for speech to text. Yeah, I think we're going to switch it up today. Yeah, some of the new ones are very fast. I think that at this point, Whisper V3 Large is like very old, is it not? Let's find out real quick. Hold up. Let me search this up. I'm just going to go ChatGPT real quick. All right. When was Whisper V3 Turbo launched from OpenAI? I think it's been like years now. I think it's been a very long time. I built an iOS app, so how to scale now? Any advice? I have 0 subs. Yeah, you got to start posting on social media, and also like, you know, it is easier than ever before to build, but marketing is going to be the hardest part now. But you can use AI to market. You know what I just realized? I realized that there's no music right now. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with the music today. Literally had a glitch at the start of the stream. Hold on, let me get the music on. Is there music in other parts? No. What is going on here? It's so annoying. Sorry, guys. All right, here's the vibes. All right, this one too needs to be updated. Okay, there we go. Okay, so Whisper V3 Turbo launched on October 1st, 2024. So yeah, so this is a very, very old model at this point. October 1st, 2024. That is a long time ago now. Parakeet rocks, yeah. Well, the question that I have is can we run this? Could this replace our local? Like, could this run? Hold on, let's actually figure this out right now. So I think that we can actually make a significant improvement. Can you tell us your AI for marketing use? I just use Claude for, I use Claude for everything, guys. I use Claude for copywriting. I use it for most of my stuff. Would you stop streaming when you make $1 million? I'm really curious. No, I won't stop streaming. I'm probably locked in for probably the next 5 to 7 years on this. Is kind of like my perspective on it is that, hey, I'm 23 years old. I'm very young, and I'm like, hey, I obviously, you know, it's like, I was thinking about this recently, just especially because, hey, after all this has happened and after we've built the BridgeMind community, which is the largest vibe coding community, it's like, I might as well just keep doing it, and I'm comfortable doing it. I like doing it, and I feel like, hey, this is where my passion is. My passion is vibe coding, and I do think that I'll probably be doing BridgeMind for the next like 5 to 10 years. So that's my perspective. You can run Parakeet on that NVIDIA thing you're not using. Well, the question is, I know that we can run it, but I'm wondering how, like, hold on, let's actually look at this real quick. So let's look at BridgeVoice, and let's just ask, I need you to do a review of the local models that we are currently using for BridgeVoice and output a table that shows when that model was released, how many parameters it has, and how much of a user's machine does it utilize. Okay, so we're gonna look at this in a quick table here, and then we're gonna see, I'm very curious to see, hey, with that new Parakeet model, would somebody be able to run that on like a smaller machine? I'm very curious. I'm very curious. But guys, this is the issue with Ultra mode that I keep seeing. I don't know. After seeing UltraCode like in action for some more time, it's just so slow that I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily am gonna be using it for like most things. I think it has its space, but I don't know. It's Whisper 3 Turbo is available through Grok, and the limits are generous. You will not run out of them. Yeah, so that's actually how we're currently using it, Murad. So we're using it via Grok, so it is fast, and it's, you know, it's very affordable. But the thing is, it's like, there's just way better models now. Like, look at this. This was launched in October 1st, 2024. What are some better models now for speech to text that beat this model? Let's just see this. I'm very curious about this. All right, I'll compare current speech-to-text options on accuracy, latency, streaming, and production usability. According to DeepSuite's benchmark, it seems that GPT 5.5 is better, but in the live, you will see that he only uses Opus 4.8. Let's think about it. Does benchmark really decide everything? No, benchmarks don't decide everything. I mean, there's not a singular benchmark that decides anything. Like DeepSuite, you know, it tells a story. It definitely says something. I think that Cursor Bench also says something. Like, I think that benchmarks, they are good for some things. I mean, let's look at this. So DeepSui, if you guys are familiar with DeepSui, this is a new benchmark that basically measures agents on long horizon engineering tasks. And what you're going to notice is that GPT 5.5 is the best on this benchmark. So if you look at this, average time 21 minutes, average time 43 minutes. It's way cheaper. People are saying that it passes like 70%. So that does this, but like there's also issues. There's issues with every benchmark. Like no benchmark is perfect. And like I think that this will show you this too, is it's like Claude Opus 4.6 is right here, okay? Claude Opus 4.6 right here, it gets a 28% on this benchmark, which doesn't really make that much sense to me because like Opus 4.6 was not that far off of Opus 4.7. In a lot of cases, I think that Opus 4.6 was actually better than Opus 4.7. It says that Sonnet 4.6 is better than Opus 4.6. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It says that Gemini 3.5 Flash is better than Opus 4.6. That's not true either from personal experience. So it's like this benchmark you look at and it's like, personally, it doesn't reflect my experience. But I think that it does tell a story. I think that every benchmark has like some drawbacks to it. If you guys look at Cursor Bench, that's also one that you can look at. Cursor Bench. Let's check out Cursor Bench. Hold up. So Cursor Bench, this is another one. And Cursor Bench literally puts Opus 4.8 lower than Opus 4.7, at least the max version. So, you know, I think that, hey, Opus 4.7 is beating GPT 5.5 on this benchmark. So every benchmark tells a different story. I think you have to kind of put them all together. You know, BridgeBench, you could look at BridgeBench and say, hey, what about BridgeBench? Let's take a look at BridgeBench and see what BridgeBench says. Well, the biggest thing that I take away from BridgeBench is the BS. So one thing that they fixed for sure with Opus 4.7 is if you look at Opus 4.6, the BS score here was 95. Opus 4.7 had a huge regression to 75 on this benchmark. And then Opus 4.8 scored the top score. It scored a 96.2, which is incredible, right? So I think that like every benchmark has good things about it. No benchmark is perfect, but you know, you can kind of put them all together. I don't think you can just look at one benchmark and say, oh, DeepSui said that GPT is the best, so let's just only use GPT. You know, I don't think that you could do that. But I think that they all tell a different story. Okay, let's check this one here. So these are the models that we're using for BridgeVoice. So let's take a look. So for example, these are the local models that we're using, okay? So you can see tiny, base, small, medium, large, distal large v3. So parameters, I think that it's possible that we could be able to run this parakeet model and that this parakeet model could take over here for BridgeVoice, because when it says 0.6 billion, that's what, 600 million parameters. Let's have this take a look. Would you take a look at this model and tell me when this model was released, as well as how many parameters it has and the on-disk size of it? I think rather than relying on benchmarks, users have to decide what is best for his works. 100%, Daz. I totally agree with that. Dog Dad said, thoughts on supporting professional users like Git, source control, DevOps, SSO, etc. Yes, I think that we should probably start adding Git into BridgeSpace. We're going to start prepping for BridgeSpace v4, and you guys are going to get to see a lot of that today in this stream. We're already starting to see it with what we're doing here with BridgeMemory. So you guys can see BridgeMemory now is like its own. You can see I can go to a new workspace. That's BridgeMemory. And then BridgeBoard should be the same thing. You guys can see it drops its own thing. So that's perfect. So BridgeMemory, BridgeBoard, perfect. Okay, so this is actually really interesting. So here's what I found on NVIDIA Parakeet. So it's 600 million parameters. The on-disk size of this, though, it's actually quite large. It's 2.4 gigabytes. So that is definitely like fairly large, to be honest with you. Do you think that this would be a good model to support inside of BridgeVoice as a local model? I think that it would, because it's literally blazing fast. What do you think about Better Auth? I'm thinking to use it in the future. Yeah, a lot of people like Better Auth. I think it's pretty good. No hate. I wouldn't have the confidence to develop something like this. I think it's redundant, but hey, no shame. It's working. 200K. Thank you, man. No doubt with bridges that the LM providers are building native IDEs that you don't need to pay for with an additional. Why spend more? Codex is pretty great and OpenAI will continue improvement. What do you mean? Are you going to take into consideration how good the voice detection models are for languages other than English? Yes. So there are 25 European languages here that you can see. And remember, this is for a local model, okay? Now, this here, I'm curious as to, is this in? I don't think that this is in that artificial analysis benchmark yet. So if we go here, is this parakeet in this yet? Let's see. So if we go up, let's see parakeet. Parakeet. Okay, it is. Where is it? Wow. Okay, so look at this. So this parakeet model is literally, let's see how many parameters Whisper v3 Turbo is. How many parameters is Whisper v3 Turbo? Would you say MiniMax M3 is better than Qwen 3.7 Max? It's not better. Okay, apparently the music stops. Yeah, there's an issue with the music, guys. I'm not sure what's causing it today. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's causing that. I'll do my best to keep restarting it, but I don't know what's causing it. Let's see here. This one stopped as well. Yeah, that's weird. Let me see. Desktop audio. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Let me know if the music stops. Okay, so this one is 809 million parameters. That's roughly half the size of Whisper Large v3, which is about 1.55 billion parameters. Okay. Man. Can I request a feature of having multiple windows for the BridgeSpace v4 like we can have it in the browser? What do you mean, like multiple windows, meaning like you'd have to be able to have multiple windows of BridgeSpace open? When is your prediction of when GPT 5.6 is going to be released? It'll be released like within like the next 3 weeks. Definitely the next 4. I'm assuming probably like halfway through June is what I would assume. Okay, don't make it a replacement. Consider it as an optional multilingual EU engine. Okay. I would like to add it, respectively, review, and create a structured plan to be able to add this model as one of the options for BridgeVoice. Okay, so we're going to add this parakeet model. It did just release. We're going to add it here. Also, guys, let's knock out some push-ups. Let's drop a quick 50 bomb. And the music stopped again. I don't know what's causing this, guys. All right, let me see if I can display capture, video capture device, audio output capture. Hold on, let me see if this will fix it. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing the music to keep on stopping. It's annoying. Sorry, guys. Okay. I use that NVIDIA model with Handy app. It's hit and miss, but it is fast. Okay. Gian said, congrats on 200K ARR. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right, let's go over here. All right, this looks good. All right, this one here. This made a ton of changes. So this one, it was tasked with improving the UI design, and it was using... Oh, wow. All right, so this one was tasked with improving the UI design, and I'll let you guys be the judge of this. I mean, it didn't make like crazy changes, but if you look at this here, so do you guys see the difference? So I used UltraCode, and if you do notice this, do you guys notice like here at the top? So this one on the right, this is production. Okay, so this is, and then this one is local with our updates. And what you'll see is like the attention to detail here where, for example, hey, there wasn't a reason that this overview should be in like this container of its own. And what it did is it made it like a lot more compact. And I would say that Opus 4.8 did do a better job here. Do you guys see the header? See how the header in production is like, this is way too large. It's pretty much double the size that it should be. Do you see this? Then UltraCode went through and it did update this and it made it more compact. Now, if you look at settings here, settings page, wow, I would say it does a pretty good job. Wow. So look at this. Do you guys see how the widget appearance here? So this is a grid. And this one made it like super crammed. But if you look at this on the left, widget appearance is now its own container, and this is using Flexbox instead of Grid, and that does look better. And then, yeah, I mean, it did a really good job on this, to be honest. I like that better. I like the design. And that was UltraCode that did that. So I do think that that is better. All right, let's drop a 50 bomb real quick, chat. Let's go. All right, let's go. This is a real engineering design team's nightmare, just prompting make the design better. Well, here's the thing. AI needs to intuitively be able to know how to make it better, okay? So if you want AI to get better, I think AI needs to be able to do all the thinking. And then the human that's in the loop should be able to just prompt it. Like, when I say make the design better, it should be able to look at the design and understand how to make it better. You know, and that's what's needed. This music turning on and off is really annoying me. I don't know what's causing it. People in the Twitch chat are saying I did 49 push-ups. Yeah, design is subjective. Okay, so we're gonna add this parakeet model, but then let's go back over here, and I do wanna see, so better options. I don't think that that's true. Technically, Scribe, I'm pretty sure 11 Labs Scribe is the best. So if you guys look at this, Scribe is all the way down here, but I don't know how. So Scribe has a 2.2% error rate, but then if you go down, I'm interested in both speed and cost. So 11 Labs on the speed is way slower. Where even is it? 11 Labs. I'm not seeing it. Is it on here? I don't see it. 11. It's not in the speed benchmark. That's annoying. Wait, or 11. Oh, Scribe V1. Hold up. All right, so Scribe, okay, it's Scribe V2. So speed, we're looking for Scribe V2. Scribe V2. Here it is. So 41.1. That is really slow. Yeah, I don't know. That's too slow. And then I wonder how much it costs too. Speed factor versus price. So this is price. Where's Scribe here? Scribe V2 enhanced. And it's slow. Parakeet is way up here. Deepgram has Opus 4.8. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, I think that Claude is better, to be completely honest with you. Hold on. Okay. There are risks to this update. Hold on. Let's hold off on that. All right. Let's hold off on that for a second. Okay, now that we do have different things here, I want you to note that in that left sidebar, now that we do have different workspaces that are going to be in that sidebar, I need you to give a different icon to Bridge Swarms, Bridge Boards, Bridge Memory Workspaces, and BridgeSpace Workspaces review, and create a simple and sleek icon for each that will show depending on what type of workspace it is. And instead of showing the color with the dot on the left, show the icon of the workspace. Tony said, best part of Monday. Thanks for grinding in public. You got it, man. Let's go. Whisper on Grok is also good. So that's actually what we're currently using. So that's the thing, is it's like, I think that it technically is faster on Fireworks though. Did you see the speed on or I guess it was Together AI? And then it's also very fast on Fireworks. Now is Grok, I don't know if Grok is in this. Grok. It is. Let's see how fast it is on Grok. So this is literally the exact model that we're currently using. Is that V3 Grok right there. Hold on, I just removed it, sorry. Okay, Grok. So this is what we're currently using for BridgeVoice. Whisper Large V3 Turbo on Grok. So you guys can see input audio seconds transcribed per second, 211.9. That's actually relatively fast. Like, Whisper Large V3 is... Now this one isn't the turbo version though. So this is Whisper Large V3. This is the 1.6 billion parameter version. Asterix over on Twitch said, what tech stack are you using for BridgeMind? How are the terminals created? So those are, so I'm using Rust, I'm using Tari for BridgeSpace, and then the terminals are Xterm. Do the BridgeVoice models run locally or on something like Grok? So they run on both. There's a cloud version and then there's also a local version. So if you look at this, local is on device, fully private, no internet needed. Cloud is more accurate, faster across all devices, and it supports more languages. So typically I do use the cloud version because it's way more accurate, because obviously if you're running, I mean, I guess that the V3 Turbo is only 800 billion parameters. I mean, or it was what, 900 is what ChatGPT said? Let's see. Hold on. I think it said it was 800 or 900. It is 809 million parameters. But then the large version is 1.5 billion parameters. So you're going to have more accuracy there, but it's going to be a little bit, it's going to be slower. Fun real-time ASR preview, best model for speed and error. Yeah, is that, hold on, let's see that. So this is, yeah, so this is what he's talking about. Fun real-time ASR preview. Who even makes this model here? Hold on, let's screenshot this. Is this new? Because I've never seen this model before. When did this model come out? Hold on, is it in OpenRouter? Let's check. So fun real time. Fun dash real. It's not even on OpenRouter though. Why Xterm instead of libghosty? It's a preference thing, but also Xterm is much more built out than Ghosty. Ghosty is kind of like new. Okay. So let's check this. So what model, what even is this? So this came out, it appears to correspond to okay, it's Alibaba's model. It came out on February 28th. The date embedded in the model ID is, yeah, so this is February 28th. It's from Alibaba. Parakeet is probably the fastest within NVIDIA GPU for sure. It for sure is the fastest, but the problem that I'm seeing with this though is that it is like a pretty, it's a decent size. So if you guys look back to this, we're considering implementing it, but these are the models that are currently available in BridgeVoice if you're talking about like using it locally. So you have the tiny English model, the base English model, the small English model, the medium English model. Then you have large V3, distal large V3, and you can see the on-disk size that that's going to take up. So for example, large V3 takes up 3 gigs. It's 3 billion parameters. Like, well, I guess there's 1.5 billion parameters here. And then this one, 769. Which one am I even using like right now? Which one am I using right now? Let's see. So like in production, which one do I use? Let's see. I literally use just this base English. So when I'm using it, I'm using this that's why it's so fast. It's 74 million parameters. But that's not going to take up much space on a user's machine. So you're talking about 148. So it takes up very little space. If you look at Parakeet, look at this, 2.4. You're talking about 2.4 gigabytes. So that's a big difference. Now, you could look at it and say, well, hey, if somebody's running, medium, hey, that's going to take up 761, and that's going to be 1.53. But 1.53, 2.4, if somebody's running on like a 16 gigabyte machine, that's going to take up a decent amount of space. So it would be interesting to test it. I don't know what you guys think about that. Parakeet, why not Parakeet? Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about right now. It does take up a lot of space. So it does take up a lot of space. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened to the music this stream, guys. I'll have to fix something on my end. I don't know what caused that. The music on the stream just is bugging out. Okay. The design is solid and surface a few corrections. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure. Check Canary. Okay, hold up here. Just freeze. Okay. All right, so this is what we're working on here. So if you guys look closely here, what you're going to see now is on the left with these workspaces, there's now different icons. And you can have a bridge board open. You can have bridge memory open. Bridge spaces are the terminals. And then a bridge swarm. Let's see what a bridge swarm looks like. So let's open up a bridge swarm. And so bridge swarm, is this launched yet? No, not yet. Okay, let's just CD into desktop. CD into, let's just do Vibecademy. And then let's go next. I want you to note that we are adjusting the prices on Vibecademy to, it's going to be $49 a month, and then I can add those files where those things are going to be affected. And then we'll just go next. We'll go next, and then this is going to be swarm 1. So let's see. So this is what a swarm looks like. So let's zoom out just a little bit here. So you can see our agents are running. Here is our swarm. So we have one coordinator and then 2 builders. Now we can go to see the terminals here. Here are terminals that are working. You can see their system prompts. All right, activity looks fine. Roster looks fine. Chat, nothing coming in yet. Space versus quality. Yeah, the amount of space that one of those takes up is definitely important. Make it so you can add your own image to what? All right, and then you guys can see how the swarm looks like this. You have a bridge board, you have bridge memory, you have a bridge swarm, and then you have a bridge space. So this is the 4 options, and I just like that better than like, oh, I want to work in bridge board. I have to go up here and click this, and then I have to go here. Like, I just like the ability to just say, all right, like right here on the left, here's my bridge board. I just like that better. Make it so you, okay, I'll really. Can we have Claude troubleshoot the music? We could, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Hold up. Let's see if Claude can troubleshoot that. Help me figure out what the issue with my OBS configuration is. I have a lot of scenes that are using a Mac OS audio capture. I need you to note that just randomly, the audio capture is just stopping and then nobody can hear the music. I need you to debug this and figure out what is causing this. And also, I need you to update the central screen to use the same audio capture that's being used in the other scenes. Make sure that you do not cause issues as I am currently streaming. All right, if the stream ends, just know that Claude brought down the stream. I did a benchmark Whisper versus Parakeet. I have an RTX 7900 XT, so Whisper is running on my GPU, and I tried Parakeet on my CPU. I'll post it in Discord. Okay, Luke, let us know. Yeah, so we'll see on that. Okay, do you guys see this? It will not take effect until a restart anyway. So if I wanted to fix the music issue, I would probably have to restart OBS, which would end the stream. So we literally, this stream, I think I started the stream and the audio bugged out. So I had the music, but the audio is bugging at the start of the stream. So I think at the start of the stream, I'm just like dancing in silence. It's so funny. Who cares? Are you sure Discord isn't pausing it? I'm sure. Because Discord, I'm not sure why Discord would be pausing it. I did just quit Discord. Hold on, we'll see. Here, I'll restart the capture so you guys will be able to hear it, at least now, and then let me restart here too. I hate having bugs on stream, like with the stream. It's annoying. Somebody asked, what is the ARR? So I'll show you guys the Stripe dashboard. So yeah, so little update here. Everything's going very well. I think that this month is going to be a pretty big one, to be honest with you guys. Here's the Stripe dashboard. So far today, 315. Yesterday, 1,487. And then here's the main dashboard to look at MRR. So MRR total is 17,305. We have 600. So we did break 600 active subscribers. We've got 610 active subscribers. The last 4 weeks, 26,000. I mean, the last 3 months, let's take a look at the last 3 months. This is what the chart looks like. So 61,000 in gross volume. Net volume after all like refunds, disputes, or like fees from Stripe is 53,000. So that's like what's hit my bank account is 53,000. And then, yeah, you can see that we had some nice growth like over the last week. Here's the last 7 days. And, you know, a week ago we were at 15,468 and we're almost up 2,000 MRR in a week. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. Did it find the bug? Okay, let me see if I can fix this here. So the music is going to stop here for a second. And I'm going to add this back. Maybe this is what's causing it. Yeah, I have no idea. We'll see if that still bugs out, guys. I'm not sure, though. Hi, chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so this is the bridge swarm, and bridge swarms are working very well. So this is going to change. Like, this is what's cool about it. Is if you look at this, you can literally see that builder 1, message coordinator 1, and I mean, this is a great way. It looks like it's all done. We did update the harness just recently. So these are done. Oh, no way. JL, what's up, man? It's been a while. That's awesome. Waiting on my fine tune to finish right now. This is so relaxing. Let's go. Let's go. So this is the swarm. I think that this is going to be really big for BridgeSpace 4. Like, as you guys know, it's like, okay, so look at this. Wow. The swarm is working really, really well. I feel like this is good enough for me to start using it in my workflow now. I feel like for a while, I wasn't as big of a fan of bridge swarms, but this is really starting to look good. Core work complete. The 2 open questions are with the operator. Let me keep polling for their response. I feel like there needs to be a better way for the swarms to stop working. KG Tachi, what's up? So this one is done. So look at this. It's all done. And then it's like standing by, standing by. I feel like the swarm needs an improvement of like knowing when, like, you're good. You don't have to keep on grinding. KG Tachi said, been here since October 14th. Let's go, KG. I remember you. It's so interesting. Like, I do remember most people. Also, the music just cut off again. Why? I'm so sorry about that, guys. It's really annoying me. Restart capture. Hold on, let me see here. Let's see if we can keep debugging this. Okay, don't worry about updating the scene. I just did it manually. I more so want you to review why the audio capture will just all of a sudden stop capturing audio and figure out what exactly is causing that bug. All right, that is so annoying right there. Just make it launch a verifier agent like how UltraCode Workflows does it. That's a good idea. Keishitachi, yeah, the YouTube stream has more of a delay than the Twitch one. The Twitch one's near immediate, so shout out to everybody watching on Twitch. That's going to be the lowest latency. But also, guys, quick update. Look at this. You guys see, I'm going to have some July 31st goals. I don't have the July 31st goals up there, but we did. It's crazy, like, we were able to hit most of our goals for, it was like May 31st, and it's pretty cool. We got like, our goals were, technically our goal for May 31st was 10,000 in MRR, and we blew past that, and I put 20,000 MRR, but the initial goal for May 31st was 10,000 MRR. We hit that goal. We hit the goal of 75,000 subscribers. We hit the goal of 1,000 followers on Twitch. We had a goal of getting 50,000 X followers, but that one, honestly, now that I understand X more, you're not going to get 50,000 X followers unless literally you go like giga viral. Okay, do you guys see how it killed the agents? Okay, do you guys see this? I don't like what it just did. Like, I feel like this has a problem knowing when it's done is the biggest issue that we have right now with bridge swarms. So let's launch this, and I don't know if using like UltraCode is really the best, to be completely honest with you guys. Also, here's the bug. 2 distinct trigger patterns are happening. System idle, OBS logged nothing but the mic pulling line. Exactly 5 minutes of zero activity, then the stream dies. That's a periodic idle trigger. Rapid scene switching. After every 3,821, there is no re-init line. OBS never logs the stream coming back. It stays dead until you manually act. That's why nobody can hear your music persists. Let's see if I can fix it. I need you to do a complete deep dive with 5 deep dive agents on the functionality and the harness of Bridge Swarm, and I need you to help me make an improvement for the harness. Note that sometimes I feel like the swarm just continues to go and go and go and go, even after all tasks are complete, and I need your help in making it so that this does not happen. First of all, what I want you to do is I want you to figure out why it continues to go. For example, the coordinator will just continue to work and work and work instead of knowing when the task is complete, and I need your help in figuring out why this is happening. All right, let's figure out what's happening there. I'm gonna enter BridgeSpace Tari. Okay. Yeah, Opus 4.8 is definitely better. You know, I think that if you guys watched my review video on Opus 4.8, you know, I did spend 2 billion tokens on it in a couple of days. Like, you can rip through tokens using UltraCode, and I do have 3 Claude Max subscriptions. The biggest thing that I see with Opus 4.8 is it's kind of like the same thing that we're seeing that we saw with Opus 4.7, where, like, you guys need to realize that there's like a ton of hype in the space, and oh my gosh, I don't want to be a jerk. I was watching a I just thought it was funny. I pulled up Alex Finn, if you guys know him, and there's part of like his video where he's like, I think that Opus 4.8 is like a watered down mythos. And you know, the issue is that there's a lot of people that are like creating, like the content creators in the space are basically spreading like a bunch of false hype. And, you know, Opus 4.8 is good. It's a subtle improvement. There's going to be a regression in some areas. But my whole point with Opus 4.8 is that it's not really that much of an improvement. It seems like they dropped it. It was rushed. They kind of dropped it to try and win back market share from GPT 5.5, which was absolutely destroying them. Like, if you guys think that Anthropic isn't just like freaking out right now, like they were losing a ton of market share to Codex. So obviously they dropped the new Opus model because people were still using Opus 4.6. Keiji Tachi said, notice Theo and all the others keep dogging on Claude and promoting GPT. Well, I saw Theo in his most recent video. He said that Claude was good. Like he dogs on Claude and whatnot. But I don't know. I think that like you can't use GPT models to design very well. I mean, we'll launch Codex. I have a ChatGPT Pro plan. I mean, let's just do this. Let's just give this one the exact same prompt, right? Like, let's give this one the exact same prompt. These are both in like extra high or whatever. So we'll give them both the exact same prompt. We'll submit it. I do want to give a prompt to this one here. I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and review the xterm terminals, and note that we have a small bug in the xterm terminals where copying the text or the content that is in the xterm terminals has a little bit of a bug in it. When I'm working in it, sometimes it just won't copy the text. There's some sort of bug. I don't know exactly what it is, but what you need to know is that when I'm trying to copy text that's in a terminal, sometimes it just won't copy the text. Sometimes it will copy in okay, the music stopped again, so it's stopping like every 5 minutes. So annoying. Let's see if Claude Code can fix that issue for us. That is high, not extra high. Extra high is much better than high for Codex. Yeah, this is, I mean, do you want me to do extra high? I feel like I'll do extra high. I'll do extra high. Because if I don't do extra high, people will get upset. All right. They'll say, no, it's extra high. All right, there you go, extra high. What plans do you have for each provider? So I do have 3 Claude Max subscriptions, and then I have a 1 ChatGPT Pro subscription. I mean, I don't use ChatGPT as much as I use Opus. I think most people know that. I definitely am more of a Claude person. Let's see here. So we're giving GPT 5.5 and Opus 4.8 the same prompt right now. And really what it's looking at is it's going to investigate this issue that we're having here. So if I go to the terminals, I mean, I guess this one is done now. All code work is complete. It would just be really nice that, like, I think that we need to start taking all these things that we've been building a little bit more seriously. So for example, like, hey, with BridgeSwarm, we need to start using BridgeSwarm more. We need to start using BridgeBoard more. We need to start using BridgeMemory more. We need to start using all of them a lot more. But look at this. Do you guys see how it just woke itself back up? And like these, you have a new message from Builder 2. So, I mean, that is the issue, is it's like all of a sudden I have a new message. Why all of a sudden do I have a new message? Like, it just wakes itself back up periodically. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's a bug. Is BridgeMind, does it have Git workflow in a build? Let's start building that out, critics, because it doesn't. It doesn't. So I think that we need to start building this out. Really what we're doing is we are working towards the launch of BridgeSpace 4. And I think there's so much that we need to do. I mean, I think that we can, by the end of July 31st, I think that we can get to probably like 25,000 to 30,000 in MRR, just through BridgeMind products alone. I think that Vibecademy will be a huge market opportunity to be able to compete with Codecademy, but for vibe coding. That's going to be another big opportunity. But the problem is I need to have like a couple 100-hour work weeks to like get this up and working. Like, if you guys think that you can just like wake up at 7 a.m. and, you know, dink around and like get what you want done, it's just not true. Like, you need to be waking up at 5 a.m. You need to grind for 16 hours and you need to go to bed, and you need to wake up the next day and you need to do it the same. So, you know, I'm 23 years old. I'm young. But I know that a lot of people that watch are young, and that's just my perspective on it. I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. No excuses. I'm going to work for 16 hours today. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to do it all again tomorrow. And I'm going to do that for 5 to 7 days straight, and we'll make progress then. But you can't make progress if you're only working 8 hours a day. I vibe with 4.6 more because it's faster and less verbose. I think that's very well said. 4.8 does seem to think a lot longer and harder. That's Claude's loop feature, isn't it? With what? Okay, let's see this here. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so how robust do you want the completion stop fix to be? Prompt plus runtime guards, coordinator signals completion. That's fine, recommended. I'm 59 and I'm on the same cadence as you. Floyd, shout out to Floyd in the chat. Let's go. I mean, a lot of people don't have it figured out, right? Especially like people my age. Like, there's so many people that I know from college and stuff that they never got it figured out. You know, they kept drinking, which if you drink, I think that's fine. I personally don't drink just because I think it's a waste of time. And like, I don't know. I just think that's a bad habit to build. But okay, let's do shift here and let's see if Claude did fix this. This is a test. Oh, I didn't get it. All right, that one was over here. Hold on, let's clean this up a little bit. Close that one. Close this one. Close this one. Close this one. Whoa. Oh, this is the local version. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is very not good. All right, is this still working though? All right, so the problem here is that we basically have agents that are running inside of the application that it's updating. So the reason that this just refreshed is because it's refreshing the dev. Is this still working? Okay, it's still working though, so we should be fine. Are you Mormon? No, I'm not Mormon. Yeah, I mean, I don't like, when I was in, like, this is the thing, like, I'm not somebody where, hey, I mean, when I was in college, like, when I was like 19 years old or whatever, you know, I had my year in college where I drank and I went out and I hung out with people. And I think that that's what really showed me that really it's all like pointless. And it's like, I see it now where, okay, these are now updating the same thing. Do you guys see how GPT 5.5 is already updating the code and Opus 4.8 is still like planning? Now, this is annoying because it's going to update stuff. Okay, we should have made sure that we pushed that. So GPT 5.5 is now faster than Opus 4.8. That's crazy. So GPT 5.5 is even in extra high. Now I do have it in the fast mode, so it's using more tokens. And it's, you know, using more of my plan, but I don't really have an issue with it. Okay, I think it's this one. I need you to implement the fix to get this working because it's still not working. Okay, great work. Do you see any other areas where we can improve the design? Those 12 AIs are actually working together. It's like seeing subagents work together. If it has subagents, it would be more OP. Yeah, some of them are running subagents. All right. Hold on, let's switch some of these to Codex, guys. I think that we should start to use Codex a little bit more, especially on stream too, because, I mean, a lot of people absolutely hate Claude. Like, it's just crazy how fast the space changes. Okay, let's do this, and I'm going to drop in BridgeSpace Tari. I need you to help me in building out resume functionality for being able to resume agents inside of BridgeSpace. Note that we had this working in version. Oh man, we need Git work. We need to integrate Git today, guys. We need to integrate Git into BridgeSpace, and then we need to integrate like Git work trees. I think you're facing a limitation issue currently with what? Somebody said, where do I see myself in 10 years? Honestly, what's your goal? Well, the problem is I feel like I'm too young to understand what you could actually accomplish in 10 years. 10 years ago, I was 13 years old. So if I was 13, I didn't know that I would be doing what I'm doing today. I think it's a little bit harder when you're my age because things are changing very rapidly for me. Like just a couple years ago, I was in college. You know, I think that for me to look out 10 years, it's, you know, I don't have like ultimately what my goal is. I want to have freedom. You guys know that, like, hey, with the streams, even with the streams, I don't want to have a job. I don't want it to feel like I have a job. I want it to feel like I just wake up and I get to do what I want to do and I have complete freedom. And even like with streaming, I want to feel like I don't have to stream, right? And I don't have to stream. It's just that I want to stream right now. Like I just want to work hard. Okay, wait, what did F say? F, what did you say? I wanted an open code for free forever, and if AIs were paid, it's still free for me. What do you mean? Okay, so this looks fine. Okay, let's proceed with the next updates respectively. Okay, let's diagnose this bug. So I need you to note that when I'm using a voice-to-text tool like Whisperflow or BridgeVoice, for example, I'll be clicked into a BridgeVoice pane and I'll speak. and I'll expect that the text that I speak is going to get pasted into that input, but then it just gets pasted into a random BridgeSpace terminal, review the screenshot for reference, and figure out why this happened, and pinpoint the exact cause of this bug, and then create a structured plan to get this fixed. Yeah, let me get the music on, guys. Sorry, there's some bug with the music today. It literally happened at the start. Here's the music. Okay, so what I'll do here is we also will allow this, and let's just do a screenshot here. And what I'm going to outline is that, hey, pretty much this is what's happening. The text got pasted in here. Text pasted in here. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to basically explain what happened. I was clicked into this pane and used BridgeVoice. The text should have pasted here. So I'm going to provide this for reference so that the AI actually understands what's happening and isn't just going in completely blind. And then I am going to use GPT 5.5 on extra high because, you know, I think that it is a lot of times better at finding bugs. As you guys know, like there are some limiting factors of Opus. Have I ever gone through a breakup? I mean, I've like dated girls and, you know, gotten like I've gone through breakups or whatever. But I mean, to answer your question, yes. Are you going through one right now, bro? Because if you are, you just got to use it as motivation. Okay. Okay, Eeper, what's up? Do you think as if you ever need a break, maybe a month break or something? I'm going to be honest. There's times even where you guys have seen me like live streaming where I'm like completely done. Like I'm totally at the end of my road and I just push through it. You know, there's times where, you know, I'm really, really struggling and I'll just push through it because if you want to win, you have to push through it. You just have to. And you'll get to a point where you do feel better and you're ready, you're more motivated, so to speak, or you're not as burned out. But for me especially, hey, if I stopped streaming for a month, the community would like die. Like with streaming and with what I'm doing, consistency is literally the key. Like if you're trying to stream and you're not consistent, you're never gonna succeed. Like it's literally not possible. Like you could be doing anything, and as long as you're consistent, you're gonna succeed. Like just whatever you do, just don't like do something, stick with it, don't stop, and don't give up, and you will be successful. It may take years, but you will get to the point where you're like, dang, like I really accomplished something here. Like that's my experience. And usually it takes a lot longer than you initially expected, to be honest with you. Like it'll take longer. Somebody said in the chat, who needs a girlfriend when you have Claude? I don't know, man. I think that there's definitely I do have a girlfriend, and I like literally when I was before I started dating my girlfriend, I was kind of the opinion, I was like, no, like I don't want to like waste my time, so to speak, or like get distracted. But the thing is, if you find the right girl and you find somebody that's going to be a supporter of you and is going to walk with you in whatever you're doing, then that's like just like a huge win. And I think that a lot of people, like, you should know that, you know, if you're a guy and you have or don't have a girlfriend, like I think that if you find the right girl, they can just be incredibly helpful in your life. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so this is what it found. So it says, I found the exact cause. BridgeSpace already had a fix for this, but it was removed by the rollback commit. Yeah, so that is true. Okay, great work. Now I want you to create the structured plan for this. Okay, so we actually did have this fixed. It's just that when we rolled back, it caused issues. I wonder if there are women in the BridgeSpace community. I noticed they have more people-oriented interests than thing-oriented ones. Maybe that's why not as many. I'm not sure. And Vanoa, thank you. F4 said, having a girl by your side which understands you will 10x your motivation because you will work to make them happier. 100%. Okay, we're going to implement this plan. I mean, GPT 5.5 is actually pretty good, guys. I'm going to be honest. So again, I'll drop in a similar thing, and we can just say, I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and do a complete review of BridgeSpace. And I need you to note that we actually need to begin to implement Git into BridgeSpace. Review the existing structure and identify how we could potentially do this. All right. Trying to do or intending to do is not difficult. The difficult thing is to try or intend to do something. Ideas do not come easily. Sometimes without a good idea, you don't know what to start with. So yeah, so I mean, I would say that that's definitely accurate. You know, you definitely want to know, like, you want to have a good idea, but you know, hey, like 9 months ago, or I guess it's getting close to 10 months now, when I started live streaming Vibecademy an app until I make $1 million, I had no idea what I was going to build. All I knew is that, hey, if I just start live streaming and I'm consistent with it, I'll get somewhere. And I just started, and once I started really just like figuring out as I went along, right? Like, hey, I worked on View Creator for a while. Hold on, the music stopped again. That is so annoying. Okay, so, you know, hey, I didn't know exactly what I was going to do. Hold on. Super Combo just dropped in a link. Oh, whoa, Anthropic's IPOing. Dang, that's crazy. Look at this, guys. Anthropic confidentially submits draft S1 to the SEC. Yeah. What about marketing? How do you attract customers for your products? Thanks. Definitely the best way is posting on social media, unless you want to spend a bunch of money on marketing. I find that, like, if you spend money on marketing, sometimes you can just like literally deplete your entire margins. You know, you could spend a ton. Hold on, look at this. Oh, look at this. So Opus actually did figure this out. So if you guys look at this, oh, look at this, guys. All right. So it says the prompt layer. Let me zoom in here. So this is what Opus 4.8 just said. It said that GPT 5.5 did it better than it was going to. So the reason that it was going on forever is because that literally it's structured to never, look at this. After finishing a task, do not go idle. Keep pulling, check consume for new messages until all work is complete. But it looks like GPT 5.5 did, look at this. So both recommended options confirm prompt plus runtime guards with coordinator to operator as the authoritative stop signal. Let me read the remaining runtime. Look at this. The prompt layer has already been updated. It now uses a dedicated swarm complete coordinator only message type as the stop signal. Cleaner than the worker done discriminator I'd planned. So literally Opus 4.8 just acknowledged that the update that GPT 5.5 made was actually better than it had planned to do. That's actually kind of interesting. So it literally says, because GPT 5.5 made the swarm complete feature, it finished faster than Opus 4.8, which is honestly pretty shocking. F4 said GPT is so goated. I think it's super underrated. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, is it's like, I feel like Claude Opus, like, it obviously is way superior in design, but I am starting to look at some of this stuff and it's like, hey, you look at even this right here. Opus is slower now than GPT models. And that is a lot different than like in February. That's a lot different. Have you used workflows? Seems like a token burner. Yeah, so I have used workflows. I think that it's definitely a token burner. I bought 3 max plans to make good use of it. And it burns tokens, that's for sure. But it also is very slow. Like, you don't need to throw that at everything. Like, I think that if you throw UltraCode at something, it actually can make it way worse. How's MiniMax M3 performing? I'm not going to use it in my workflow. It's not good. MiniMax is like a completely cheap, it's a super cheap model. The only people that are going to be using MiniMax are for people that are not interested or intending on using like they don't want frontier models basically. Okay, what is going on here? Why all of a sudden is this not? Wait, hold on. Able. Okay, hold on here. Okay, great work. I now need you to review the terminal headers and make sure that we've completely stripped out all terminal title generation functionality from BridgeSpace. Note that we automatically generate the terminal titles by giving each terminal pane a name, like a human name. If you look at the functionality, you'll see that we want to remove the hooks related to generating a terminal title, as we're no longer pursuing that approach. This was also present in that update, and I want you to review it and then help me update this accordingly. What's the cheapest model will you prefer for serious vibe coders? I mean, right now it's like pretty difficult because there is such a difference between, like, here, I'll just show you artificial analysis real quick. So there's just a massive difference between like any frontier model, like GPT 5.5 and Opus 4.8. Like those are your go-tos at this point. Like there's just nothing, like it's Opus 4.8 or it's GPT 5.5. I recommend getting both. Everything else is like very far off of that. So if you look at like the intelligence index, hey, Opus 4.8 now is the most intelligent model in the world. GPT 5.6 is probably going to mog this, but then Mythos is going to come out. So it's going to be a really exciting June, that's for sure. And that's why it's like, hey, we need to stay in the trenches so that we can see like all this as it evolves. But hey, here's Kimmy K 2.6. Here's Quen 3.7. Here's Grok 4.3. You know, even like, I mean, it's such a big difference. So if you look at MiniMax M3, I don't think is in this yet. I don't think MiniMax M3 is, yeah. So you can only look at MiniMax M2.7, but MiniMax 2.7 is way back here. GLM 5.1, I don't think GLM 5.1 is that great, to be honest. I need you to update the design of these toggle pills to make them better designed. Right now, it just looks like a white blob. What is the intro music? I think that we didn't have intro music today. There's a little bit of, we'll just say that, I'll leave it in. There was a bug in the music. I had MiniMax do that for me, so not actually, but all right. Also, the music is just stopping. I'm having some bug with the music today, guys. I'm sorry about it. I think Quen 3.6, 3.7 are cheap and somewhat reliable, but once your app is getting bigger and more complex, there's a chance they may fail you. I think even like from the get-go, to be honest with you, I think that even like when you start doing something, I think that if you use those Chinese models, I think that you're really going to struggle even from the start. I don't think that they're as capable. And it is noticeable to me where I am at the point where, hey, since I use all the frontier models, I do notice, like if I use like a Chinese model, I notice, I'm like, oh geez, like that is not good. It's only $20, but I hope it helps cover Pro Plan for the month. Keep chasing that 1 million goal. Cheering for you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Have you ever been offered to sell your project? I have not. No. How can we fix this? Oh, wait. Can you fix this for me? Let's see if I can fix this. SS, what's not comfortable? All right, let's hold on. Let's get the energy going, guys. Let's move the desk up. Let's drop a 30 bomb real quick, and let's hit the treadmill for a bit. I will definitely say, with as much as I work, I used to be the type of guy that I would work out like 2.5 hours a day in the gym. Like when I was like a 20-year-old, I used to work out 2.5 hours a day, and that's just not possible for me anymore. And to be honest, guys, the reason that I do the push-ups and stuff on stream is because it's the only way to stay in shape with grinding as hard as we are. Like, if you want to stay in shape, you have to work out every single day. It's like, and I think that if you don't stay in shape, like if you get out of shape, then your mental health is going to suffer significantly. So the reason that I do the push-ups, like I don't do the push-ups for the likes on the stream. Like I do push-ups regardless, and I think that push-ups are a great way to be able to stay in shape while you're grinding. It also gives you like a bunch of energy. You know, people used to say, they used to come up in the chat and they're like, dude, you're obviously like on like Adderall, or like people would even like it's just like ridiculous comments, right? And it's like, no, dude, I mean, I have high energy in general, and then also doing push-ups all day literally gives you energy. So somebody asked how I do not run out of tokens. I use 3 Claude Max subscriptions. Okay, so let's drop a 30 bomb real quick, chat. And guys, I'm telling you, if you do them with me, you'll be able to work longer and work harder. Let's go. All right, let's go. Now time for the treadmill, because I'm gonna be working. I'm gonna work probably 16 hours today. I've been up since 5, so I've already worked, minus taking a shower and eating, which is probably, I take a 5-minute shower and I eat a smoothie. Probably takes me 15 minutes. Minus that 20 to 30 minute period where I've been like eating and going to the bathroom. I've been working since 5 a.m. this morning, and I'm gonna stream for at least 5 hours, and then I'm gonna go work out. I'm gonna go for a run to clear my mind, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna work more. This is not a game. Life is not a game. It's your life, and you can't waste it. Okay, so I can see this clearly. That looks fine. To confirm, okay, let's see if we can get this working now. This terminal was working on basically this issue where it's not letting me test this locally, which is obviously something that we want to fix. How bad does the standing desk wobble with the 3 XDR monitors? I mean, not bad. I mean, this camera is on the desk, so I don't think it wobbles at all. Okay, let's go check this out. Opus 4.8. Ariane, what's up? I'm doing good. How do you feel about notable devs saying that AI coding is bad? As a senior engineer of 12 years, I don't have the same issues. I have a super complex application running on AWS. Feels like a skill gap. I don't understand why people are hating on AI use. Because the thing is like, and this is why I keep stressing this to you guys, is that there's too many content creators in the space that are spreading a bunch of misinformation about, like, for example, a new model comes out and it helps to hype up a model. If you hype up a model, or if you are like if you basically add to that hype, you're gonna get rewarded with views and stuff, right? And I'm just saying, like, I want you guys to know that if I make a big deal out of a model drop, that means that it's actually like legit. So with Opus 4.8, that was not a leap. And I'm waiting for that leap to happen. I'm waiting for that jump where we finally get to see, okay, we now have a jump in capability. And we haven't had that really since Opus 4.5. Like with Opus 4.5, if you guys remember, we were working on View Creator at the time, and it completely changed what was possible at that time. And that's gonna happen again. It's just a matter of time. Can you do a silent stream today? I might do one later tonight. I also have a bunch of stuff that I need to take care of off stream work-wise. I got some stuff going on, so work-wise. But okay, let's see this. So this is what it's saying for potentially a Git integration plan. So it says add a Git tab in the right panel, add a CLI first Rust backend module, likely SRC, Tari, SRC, Git. Okay, I need you to create a structured plan to build all of this out. Okay, we're gonna do a plan. We're gonna do plan mode first, okay? And then we're gonna build this out. This is gonna integrate Git, and I do wanna make it so that we can just easily branch off into a Git work tree. That would be really nice. Yeah, we are waiting for Mythos at this point, or like a GPT-6 like model. It's just, when we get new models, I'm waiting for them to be genuine jumps in capability. And yeah, I don't know. I need you to launch 5 subagents to do a complete review of the bridge memory UI design, and I need you to significantly improve the UI design of bridge memory. It should properly factor in the theme that the user is on, and we need to significantly improve the design of it. You can review it in complete depth for improvements, and I want you to improve the design. Okay, 2 caveats. This one was, okay, yeah, so DeepGram, so this was what it was talking about, and I think it still is saying that Grok Whisper Large v3 is the best. Like, so if you guys look at this, this is, yeah, so look at this. So this is a table. Why do I repeat the same thing to the agents? Sometimes I say like what I want a couple times in a prompt just out of habit. All right, so look at this. So this one's the fastest DeepGram Nova. It only supports 36 languages. Look at this. I do think that Grok Whisper Large v3 Turbo is probably still the best. You know, there are ones that are better in terms of accuracy, but you're going to pay way more. Look at this. 11 Labs Scribe v2 is more than 5 times the price. It also does support 99 languages, key terms, fastest plus sound, but fails 99 language gate, not clearly more accurate. Most accurate, best vocabulary, 5 times the cost, 5 times slower compute. So this one's going to be way slower. So Scribe v2, you're going to see a massive slowdown. So that's the issue that you're running into. On is this? Okay, this is the, so let's see if the shortcut finally works. We're going to go here. Finally, we got it. Okay, Opus 4.8 was able to get it. So finally, you guys can see that that did work. Hello there, hello there. But then MiniMax broke it. MiniMax broke that functionality. I need you to review the functionality of the push to talk, and note that when I lift off of the push to talk key, it needs to stop recording, review this, and polish this functionality up. I believe that we broke it in a recent update. So MiniMax M3 literally broke that push to talk functionality. When I click the push to talk button, yeah, MiniMax is a rough model is all I will say. Do you think when Mythos drops, it will change the vibe coding world in a positive way or rather badly? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. There is a world where, hey, Mythos could just be this totally overhyped model that Anthropic dropped that runs at 10 tokens per second and maxes out your plan in 1 prompt and literally like isn't that intelligent. That is possible, right? And that's what I'm a little bit worried about. But at the same time, like, I just can't believe the drops that we've been getting with Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5. Like, yes, they were improvements and we got better models. I'm just saying it's like I've been around for these larger model drops that we've gotten that made it possible to do new things. And I'm looking for a new model that gives us that jumping capability. Because I'm tired of just testing these models on like Remotion videos. I'm tired of testing these models on like, oh, build a first-person shooter game. Like, I want to be able to like say, I want you to improve the performance of this application, and I want it to literally like find a way to improve the performance of BridgeSpace by 2x, and then to code it, and then to not cause a bunch of bugs. And that's what Opus 4.8 did. Is I asked it to improve performance. It integrated a bunch of bugs, and I ended up having to roll back all my changes. It caused such a mess. It gave me such a big headache. Mythos will change the cybersecurity landscape. Yes, probably. All right, so this is done now. Let's see if this did integrate what we wanted it to. So this one here, we should be able to test this. Let's just launch a new BridgeSpace here. Let's launch this. That looks good. Perfect. Let's launch a Claude. Hello. Perfect. And then launch a Codex. All right, hello. All right, perfect. GPT 5.5 did that really well. Okay, SS said, actually, kudos to you. You're doing more work than half the people on Earth. I don't know about that. I mean that usually everyone who talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk. However, personally, I would change the app's design. It looks a bit too, well, maybe too cartoony and not user-friendly. Good luck. Have a good day. Okay, interesting. So cartoony. I don't know. I actually, I don't think that it looks cartoony. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. I don't know how it would look cartoony. All right, let's go over here. All right, how many agents are you running? Right now we've got probably a little bit over 10 agents running across the app. I do want to test this. I'm interested to see, could we launch a Codex agent and make it so that if you guys look at the bridge swarms, so let's go over here. So it would be nice if bridge swarms were able to work like in an interface where, for example, they would be able to accomplish tasks and we could see those tasks being complete. So how BridgeSpace works under the hood is it actually launches these agents and they're able to reference what's called like a swarm board. And it would be cool if we could actually like, I mean, we can see the agent's messages inside of the swarm board. Chris Luttrell said, speaking about that rollback, what version should we be at now? I'm still on 3.0.72, what you rolled back to. Yeah, so you can update, Chris, to version 3.0.83, but technically 3.0.83 is 3.0.72. So there's a lot of updates that we're going to be working on re-implementing that had to get rolled back because of that bug that we had. So it's a little bit discouraging, but at the end of the day, like, you just got to push through it. Stain, what's up? It's going pretty good so far. Making a lot of updates. Going to have a big update out for BridgeSpace today. We're going to be going for at least 5 hours today, so we got plenty of more time to go. What is the difference between BridgeSpace and BridgeTowery? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, so what I'm interested in is I do want to launch this, and I want to say, I want you to do an in-depth review of BridgeSwarm and review the swarm board and think through how we could make it so that when swarms are working, that they can have goals and that they can have tasks, and the user that is working with the bridge swarm would be able to see the goals and see the tasks that are being created by the swarm and what agents are working on which tasks and which goals. This would also help in structuring swarms so that users understand what is being worked on. And yes, it's helpful to be able to see the messages that are being sent, but it would also be nice to see goals and tasks. What would we need to do in updating the swarm harness to implement this task and goal functionality? And also, what would we have to do so that users are able to actually see the tasks and the goals in the UI? Review this in complete depth and then create a structured plan for your implementation. Okay, so GPT 5.5, we're going to give GPT 5.5 a pretty good test here. You guys heard the prompt, but this will be a very interesting test. Do you plan to finish BridgeMRR? Yes, I do. Yeah. So BridgeMRR, I think that, like, hey, right now you do have to prioritize and you do need to focus. So with BridgeMRR, I definitely want to pursue that project and I want to launch that. It's just that right now it's like, it's not good. It wouldn't be good for me to say, oh, I'm gonna go completely focus on BridgeMRR and not focus in on the applications that are actually generating like a significant amount of revenue for us. Because, for example, if you guys look here, Levels did just repost. So this was my post from yesterday. So I made $20,863 in May of 2026. So $20,700 came from BridgeMind and $191 came from ViewCreator. But look at this. So Peter Levels, if you know him, he does track BridgeMind. Shout out to him because he did make a post yesterday. It got 346,000 views. And he just said, update after 4 months, he's at 16K MRR. And he made this post yesterday. And if you guys remember this, Levels posted BridgeMind a while ago. I think this original post got like 2 million views or something like that. But this is what it used to look like. I had big T there. But, it's pretty cool. It kind of shows you like how things evolve and change. Like, hey, if you are consistent, BridgeMind has evolved into this that you're seeing here, you know? And Peter Levels is following along, and he just, you know, gave an update, and you know, it's pretty cool. All right, also that music is so annoying. Why did it cut off again? All right, let me restart this. Music is back. Sorry, guys. All right, didn't we have that agent that was working on that? All right, Nate said you run like 12 agents at once. What's the single most annoying or time-consuming part of managing all of them that people probably don't talk about? I maybe max out at 2. So like the biggest thing that you need to do when you're managing a bunch of terminals is you need to understand like exactly what each terminal is working on. And then you need to make sure that like you follow up with them and you know where they're at. And that's why Bridge is helpful. Like if you ever don't know what one of the terminals is working on, you can just drag and drop it in, have it give you a quick summary. But that's the most difficult part, is just knowing that, for example, like, hey, this terminal right here, hey, this one's done with its work. It can be closed. Like once we test this and stuff, I already did test it. So this one's done. Like this terminal can just be closed and like it's done, right? And like that's the thing, is like you need to make sure that you do that. This one's still working down here. Also, guys, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Implement the plan. Let's go. All right, we're back. What's up? All right, Spam, what's up? All right, so you guys can see what's getting dropped in. This is actually going to be a really interesting update. And remember, a big thing that we're working on today is we're working towards kind of the scaffolding for BridgeSpace 4. So we've updated we've literally done 83 updates since we launched BridgeSpace 3. And I think that we need to start building out the improvements for BridgeSpace 4 that we're going to launch in June. So that's like the main focus of this stream. And this right here is we're implementing goals and tasks into BridgeSwarm. And you guys will be able to see it here. Somebody just said 30 bomb. All right, let's drop a 30 bomb chat while this updates. Let's go, 30 bomb. Let's go. Let's go. All right, this looks good. Okay, Spam said I'm new to vibe coding. Which tool should I use? Codex or Claude Code is both good. I recommend Codex if you're on a budget. Claude Code if you want to get like really good designs. I recommend both if you have a bunch of money though. Okay. Yes, proceed. Okay. This one here, okay, what I fixed. Hello there, this is a quick test. Okay, nice. Okay, I want you to note that we need to make sure that when a user stops recording, that there's a sound effect to stop recording as well. Also, would you review the design of the widget pill and make it more compact and also improve the animation as the user speaks? Improve the design of the widget pill. All right, let's see this. Now, this is where you start to see like, okay, can Opus 4.8, can it improve designs? I think that the design capabilities of Opus 4.8 are much better than Opus 4.7. And you guys could see it with this where, hey, even just the small updates we made here, if I go to my settings or if I go to the overview, right? It's subtle, but stuff like this, if you look very, very closely here, do you guys see the header here in this one right here? And do you see how big the header is? Like the header ends here. And the one on the right that you're looking at, this is the production version. And the one that was on the left, it just restarted. But the extra spacing that you guys see is removed. It's not there. Any M3? Hey, look who it is, WDan. WDan, do you like M3? I'm personally not a fan of M3. I don't know, guys. Maybe one day there's gonna be a Chinese model that I just love. But like the thing is with M3, you're not using M3 if you want like the best model. You're using M3 if you want a decent model at an incredibly good price, right? Okay, Aiden said, dude, you are insane. How long do you work per week? I'll work 100 hours this week. This is gonna be a pretty big week for me. I expect to work at least 5 hours on this stream. I may do another vibe coding, no talking stream tonight, but there's just so much to do. You know, I'm only 23, and hey, you either take advantage of your youth or you don't. You know, I don't have a family right now. I don't have a wife right now. I do have a family, but it's different. Like, I don't have my own family. I live alone. Like, I don't have a dog. My responsibilities, apart from BridgeMind, are fairly limited, right? W. Dan said it's cooking on our knowledge work benchmarks for document processing, multi-step workflows, etc. I mean, the thing is, okay, so like WDN, here's the thing. You literally, Opus 4.8 would not be an option for you guys, would it? Because it's like, if you take Opus 4.8, for example, it's just too expensive to do that. It literally makes it so it's like, okay, you're gonna build that process, but let's say that you build that, it would literally cost like $30 or something just to do like a simple task with Opus 4.8, especially if you're using it via API. So using MiniMax for that doesn't really make much sense. But the thing is, if you're actually vibe coding, you're probably going to be using the frontier models. You're probably going to be using Opus 4.8, and you're probably going to be using GPT 5.5. But if you're, creating a system internally, for example, WDAN is doing some, document processing, like it makes sense, at least from my perspective, to use a more affordable model. They'll be able to get the task done. But like, I don't know. Let me know, WDAN. I am 19. How do I start coding and how to choose fields? Well, how do you start coding? You just start working on projects, and I would literally start today, dude. Don't let any time go by. Don't feel like, 19 is so young. When I was 20, I was like, man, I wish I started 3 years ago. And then I started, and now it's been 4 years, and it all paid off. You know what I mean? Thoughts on Lovable? I'm not a huge Lovable guy. I'm more of a Claude Code, work in the terminal. What are you using to run 12 agents in parallel? This is BridgeSpace, so this actually is my product. This is an agent development environment, and this is one of the best ways to vibe code. If you don't have an ADE, I highly recommend that you get one. Okay, so here's the design updates that are going in. Interesting. We're looking closely at Quen, MiniMax, Kimi for their ability to be in an included category of models versus premium frontier. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, right? It's just like, it can be too expensive to use frontier models, right? But the thing is, if you have the money, like from my perspective, okay, I am not going to be letting MiniMax M3 touch my code base. I let it touch it this morning. It broke like 2 things. Anything that I even tried to do, it took like at least 2 shots to get it working correctly. And it's like, yeah, like I have the capital to be able to invest into a max plan, right? And not just one max plan, but multiple of them, right? So it's like, hey, that makes sense. But if you're a budget vibe coder, if you're somebody that doesn't have the capital, then using the cheaper, more affordable models like a MiniMax M3 is going to make more sense. I even think that, if you guys may not know this, but if you look at this, hold on, let's just run OpenCode real quick. You guys can actually use MiniMax M3 for free right now inside of OpenCode. Look at this. You can literally just switch to models, and OpenCode is free right here. MiniMax M3 free it's free on OpenCode right now. So you guys go use a free model on OpenCode, and it does have limitations. You are going to get rate limited, but it is a free model where if you literally have no money to start vibe coding, you can use OpenCode today and you can start vibe coding with it. Finesco, what's up, man? Okay, Eeper said Quen is promising. Anything else is unreliable and even dangerous. Okay, WDN said, you the builder may have the money, but your users probably don't. So making sure you, number one, understand the capabilities through real world workflows. Then two, you can form an intelligent opinion, which can then trickle down into real product use cases for products. Thoughts on the new Nemotron? Is there a new Nemotron? Hold up. I don't see a new Nemotron. At least not available in OpenRouter yet. All right, let's go over here. All right, so this is the update to BridgeVoice. The widget pill, do you guys see the difference in sizes of the widget pill? Okay, now I can't do it though. Clear. Okay, I need you to note that the push to talk key is no longer working, and sometimes it just fails to work. Would you figure out why this is happening and fix it? How do you constantly find tasks to do on your project? You decide what to do before every session. I literally will just build and iterate. I'll build and iterate. I'll find things to do as I go along. Let's look at here. So this is gonna be Git. Okay, so this is Git v1 slice. I think this is done. I will say GPT 5.5 is way faster than Opus 4.8 now. Like, it used to be the opposite, where you could use, you know, GPT 5.5, but everybody was like, it's too slow, it's too slow, it's too slow. And I have to say, they definitely have fixed that. They have fixed that issue for sure. I do want to go over here though and check, is this now integrated? Uh-oh, hold up, let's fix this. Fix this bug. I have used CMux, I'm not a big fan. Apparently they capped M3 to 200K context window. Rush model, the new Nemotron is available on OpenCode is? Hold on. Nemo models. What is it, like Nemotron like 3.5 or something? Nemotron. What is the model, guys? What is this model? Okay, I don't see it in. I don't see it here. Isn't using shift alone bad for keybinds? It is, yes. I don't use it. I just said it myself. I honestly would love to make it so that you could use FN. I mean, maybe we could have GPT 5.5 take a look at that. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents to review the push to talk functionality of BridgeVoice, and I need you to note that a lot of voice to text tools like WhisperFlow or other voice to text tools will literally just have the user set that push to talk during the onboarding to, for example, the FN key on a Mac, and then I don't know what that would be respectively for Windows, but right now we have users setting their push to talk key manually, and I don't think that this is a great approach because some keybinds have issues and it's causing bugs for users in BridgeVoice. Would you launch these deep dive agents and figure out how to make this happen so that users set their FN key to BridgeVoice when they're onboarding? I don't know what the equivalent would be for Windows, but they would need to set a keybind where they are able to use that voice to text tool respectively. WhisperFlow does this, Aqua Voice does this. I need you to figure out the best practice approach for this and give me a complete structured breakdown for this and help me re-strategize our approach with the customized push to talk button because it is causing issues. Okay, that actually would be really interesting. Let's submit this. I am using GPT 5.5 extra fast there. I'm gonna close out of this. Let's launch Codex. Codex has been doing a really good job for me today, guys. What is the vibe of DeepSeek V4? Have you tried it using vibe coding? I have not. I have not used DeepSeek a whole lot. All right, man, the design is getting... Opus is just insane at design. Oh my gosh, it's so good. It literally updated that. You guys just saw it flash there for a second, but just the design capabilities are really good. I am a Windows user on my keyboard. I have FN. Okay. Isn't GPT 5.5 BS bad? Use planning for Opus 4.8. So that is very spot on. Opus 4.8 literally has the best BS rating. It's incredible, and I highly recommend that you use Opus 4.8 for most things. Now, that isn't the case for everything. Right now, I've got GPT 5.5 and Opus 4.8 running. I have 3 Claude Max subscriptions and 1 ChatGPT Pro subscription because you get a lot more usage out of a GPT subscription. But my usage right now for Claude, I mean, I'm only using one of my Claude subscriptions right now. Like, I'll be fine on this. You could say that I went a little bit overkill with 3. WDN said, I think Composer 2.5 is a great example. It's a perfect building model and a fast iterator. I totally agree with that. It's definitely a fast at iterating with a canvas, but I wouldn't implement all of my code with Opus. That's interesting. Yeah, I remember you saying that you weren't a big fan of Opus, Dan. Okay, let's check this out. To verify. Okay, hold on. Note that I have it hooked up to my. Hold on. Let's close. I may be causing issues because I have 2 BridgeVoice sessions opened. So let's change this. Clear. Set. No. Okay. Codex limit is much worse now that there's no longer bonus usages. I don't know. I never have issues with, maybe I don't use it enough, but if I check out my, hold on, what is it for? Is it status? I'm pretty sure it's status. I mean, oh yeah, I guess you are right. There's only 66% left. Oh wow. You're right. Dang, that's actually really surprising. I didn't know it was that bad. Hold on, well now I don't have BridgeVoice. What's the difference between using BridgeMind and just opening multiple terminals to Vibecode aside from the clean UI? So look at this. So first of all, like it's a complete agent development environment. So you have all of your workspaces here on the left, and then you also have a bunch of tools that are going to help you Vibecode. So you have an in-app browser, okay, with a design tool. So if you look at this, this is the design tool. So if you're designing a website, you can literally just use this design tool. And for example, if you wanted to hone in on one thing, you can just do this. Watch this. So I'll go here, and then I'll say, this needs to be 78,000 subscribers. And you can basically just grab that and you can submit it into a new session. And basically it's going to launch that into a new session and you'll be able to update that. And that's basically just being able to highlight specific HTML elements and then put them into a terminal. It's very nice. Also, you are able to have an IDE, so you can manage all your files, obviously, inside of BridgeSpace. Here's my file directory there. You have the bridge orchestration agent. Let's refresh this real quick. But if you wanted to open up more agents, hold on, let's close some of these just so we don't have too many open. But watch this. You can just do this. Hey there, Bridge. I need you to launch 3 Codex agents in this workspace. All right. And I think we had a bad gateway error on this. There is a bug. So let's actually see if, hold on, let me pull up cursor. Remember when we launched that cursor agent? Let's check if that cursor agent did find that issue. Yeah, I think this is going to throw a 502. The issue is what I found. So the cause is a transient Cloudflare edge origin gateway failure between, okay. So what exactly is causing it? Is this a code change or is this an issue with Cloudflare? All right, so we need to fix this bug real quick. How do you make sure your app website is secure? There are ways to basically implement best practice security measures where, hey, for example, if you want to protect yourself from DDoS attack, you probably should just get it on. So here's our panes. That took way too long, but it did do it. I think that we have an issue. It's primarily a Cloudflare edge origin connectivity issue. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, so what needs to be changed? Okay. All right, let's see here. Sometimes I ask Codex for permission to breathe. Okay. Also, guys, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we're grinding. And I think that we're going to get some, this is probably going to be the biggest, one of the biggest months for AI in a while. It's going to be a huge month. We're going to get Mythos. We're going to get GPT 5.6. Right now, we're using GPT 5.5. We're using Opus 4.8. All right, let's go over here. So this one still is having a hard time figuring out this functionality. But let's go over here. Where's that plan that this one had? I think it was this one right here. Yeah, so this one is launching 5 subagents right now. This is GPT 5.5, and we're looking at a way that we can make it so that rather than users having to basically set a push to talk key, which has caused issues for users. Instead, we're going to try and approach it and make it so that users basically can just have it set to the FN key. That's very like common with other voice to text tools like Whisperflow. So we're going to try and improve BridgeVoice a lot today. Okay, somebody said, yes, I am on a treadmill. What am I working on? So you're looking at it right now. So we're working on the BridgeMind suite of vibe coding tools. So we're working on BridgeSpace, and we are working on BridgeVoice. Speaking of BridgeSpace, we did update our bridge swarms. So let's go over here. Let's go to bridge swarm, and let's launch a squad of 5 agents here. And let's go over here. And I am going to CD into desktop. I'm going to CD into Opus 4. 8, and then what we're going to do is we are going to have this build out. I need you to create a first-person shooter game where I'm able to navigate a map. I'm able to go into buildings. It should be like Black Ops, and I should be able to fight enemies, and it should all be in a single HTML file. All right, this is going to be an interesting test. All right, let's go next, next. So this is Swarm 2, and we want to see here, so this just launched 5 agents, okay? And the interesting part about this is we did just make an update to Bridge Swarms so that they have, number 1, goals, and number 2, tasks. And you'll be able to see these now when you're launching Bridge Swarms. Now with the Bridge Swarms here, I don't know if I really like the pulsating background there. Do you ever use AWS for anything? So I actually use AWS for everything. My last company was an online therapy platform, and it had to be HIPAA compliant. So most of literally everything was on AWS. Okay, so let's go to the plan. So look at this. So this is the goal, and this is just the main goal. I'm interested to see what tasks get created from that. So you can see the plan here, Sherpa Ops. Would it be so great of a disadvantage if an average vibe coder didn't use an ADE like BridgeMind and just stuck to terminals and the native agent memory system for each model? I mean, here's my thing, is that I used to do that, and I highly recommend that you get an ADE if you don't already have one. IDEs are kind of getting phased out, and I think that this is one of the best ways to vibe code now. So you can launch a bunch of terminals, but honestly, like, having an ADE is an advantage. When you have just like a bunch of terminals launched on the screen, I think it's easy to get lost. And there's a lot of advantages of having an ADE. So I recommend getting one. But if you have like a really stringent budget, it's not something where like you can't, like if you only vibe code with like one Claude Code terminal, then maybe just having one terminal open is good for you. But I would suggest that you do get one. Okay, let's see this. So this is the new plan mode. So you guys can see that this is the first thing here. So, hold on, plan. So one of them got blocked. I wonder why it got blocked. Oh, so look at this. So this agent literally can't work until another one. Okay, we need to improve the design here for sure. Yeah, IDEs are gone, 100%. How good is the swarm feature? Seen a few people in the Discord saying it's not worth it. Actually, I saw somebody yesterday, they said that it's the best tool that they've used. Not sure what you've seen. Just submitted a ticket. I found out why Bridge Agent is failing to open Codex agents windows properly. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go over here. All right, let's go over here. All right, dual window mode. Okay, hold on. Let's see this. Okay, here's Stain's bug. Thank you, Stain. All right. So I'm going to copy this bug here. And I am going to use Codex for this bug. We're going to submit it down here. We're going to drop in BridgeSpace Tari, and we'll go down here. Okay. I need you to do an in-depth review of this bug report and figure out exactly what is happening here and create a structured plan to update the code respectively to get this fixed. All right, then I'm going to switch it into plan mode. We're going to submit this. That'll be good. Working on this now. Thank you. All right, thank you, Stain. All right, let's see here. Stevage Legend said, even without Swarm, the membership is more than enough, worth it from Voice and ADE Workspace. Yeah, 100%. Like, that's the thing that people forget is that with a BridgeMind membership, not only do you get BridgeSpace, but you also do get BridgeVoice. So, you know, I would say that, like, remember that you're getting a vibe coding ecosystem when you get a BridgeMind Pro subscription. Okay, let's see this. So that was from, is this still an issue? No, I think this is not an issue anymore. Let's go up here. Hold on, let's go way up. Those are old bugs. All right, dual window mode. Here's a feature request. So this user is saying it would be great to have a button next to the collapse button that detaches the current view into a separate window. For users with 2 monitors, this would be extremely useful. They could keep the agentic workflow on one screen while having the browser, memory files, and other tools on the second monitor. This would provide a much better experience when working with large files or web pages, since each view could use the full screen instead of competing for space within the same window. I think feature will be a great test of the UltraCode mode. Okay, so this user is basically saying, hey, for the browser, it would be really nice if pretty much you could open up an additional, you know, window that just had the browser in it. Let's check it out. Let's explore this. All right, so I'm gonna go over here, drag and drop. I need you to do an in-depth review of this feature request and identify how we could implement this and create a structured implementation plan for this feature request. All right, so this will be an interesting one. We are gonna use GPT 5.5 for this. Or hold on, somebody did say use UltraCode. Let's use UltraCode for it. Let's use UltraCode. Hold on, so let's actually go back. So we're gonna expand this real quick. Hold on, let's do always allow on this. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna switch this to UltraCode. All right, UltraCode. And then let's go back over to Discord here. All right, let's go right here. And then same thing, we're gonna copy all this. And then let's go over to BridgeSpace, paste it in. Oops. All right. Oh, wow. Okay, hold up here. Our swarm is literally building out that FPS game right now. Okay, let's clear this, paste. And then I am gonna grab this up here. We're gonna paste this in. I need you to launch 15 agents and do a complete review of this feature request and help me build all of this functionality into BridgeSpace. Make no mistakes or you go to jail. Okay, that should get it. Okay, what did Danny say? Building the same, also making a dictation app. It's very fun to iterate and see it improve. 100%. Like, I feel like the workflow for vibe coding is you have to kind of build it first and then you iterate and you see it evolve like in front of your eyes. Like, that's the best way to vibe code in my opinion, is you kind of build and then you iterate. I love doing that at least. Wow, this already implemented the fix. Man, GPT 5.5 is really, really fast now. I do not have the same. Drew, what's up? Today we're working towards BridgeSpace 4. So if you look at BridgeVoice here, we have a lot of updates coming into BridgeSpace and BridgeVoice. Right now we're working on the swarm mode. So if you look over here, it's pretty cool. In the swarm mode, we're building out the ability to create goals and tasks. Let's go over to the chat here. And this is gonna get a lot better. But you guys can see that the swarm is all coordinating with one another. We'll see here in a second how this evolves, but so far it looks like we ran into one thing that got blocked, but for each of these tasks you can see that it's communicating like on that task. That's cool. Somebody said, I just joined, are you walking on a treadmill? I am, yeah. Okay, so look at this. So with this functionality, and I would like to be able to expand this, I don't love the design. I think I'm going to have Opus see if we can improve the design here. Hold on, let's go over here. Test, test, test. All right. So we're gonna open up an Opus. Let's close this Codex and let's go to Opus real quick. And I'm gonna drop this in. I need you to help me significantly improve the design of the Bridge Swarm page. Note that if you look here, I am unable to expand the task list. I should be able to expand this, move it around. I need you to help me significantly improve the design of the Bridge Swarm page. I'm currently using Railway for most of my project. How do I learn AWS ecosystem? Do you have any recommendations? So the best way to learn AWS is that you need to just build on AWS. It's like networking and creating a VPC from scratch with AWS. It's not like the hardest thing in the world, especially if you are using AI. It's just that you do need that fundamental understanding of networking and of like building infrastructure where, hey, for example, like you need to be able to prompt your AI to know like, okay, like go in, go create my VPC. I need you to create my security groups. I need you to create my subnets. I need you to create, 1 NAT gateway, 2 NAT gateways, whatever you want. I need you to create, I want you to put all of my secrets in Secrets Manager. And then I need you to spin up, an ECS instance for the API with a load balancer. I think that you can definitely use AI to build your AWS infrastructure now. You just need to know, like, kind of have a baseline understanding of what that looks like. And for example, my experience from my last company definitely did help, but I don't know. Somebody said an AWS Udemy course. That would be good as well. Look at this. API, oh my gosh. I'm getting rate limited by Anthropic right now. I do want to make a quick X post about what we're seeing today on the speeds of GPT 5.5. It does feel to me like GPT 5.5 now is a lot faster than Opus. It just is. It's a lot faster. Okay, GPT 5.5 extra high is way faster than Claude Opus 4.8. It used to be the other way around. Not sure when GPT 5.5 pulled so far ahead, but I feel like GPT 5.5 gets tasks done much quicker than Opus 4.8 now. All right. Yeah, this is what I'm experiencing today is that it just does, it gets it done way faster is what I'm seeing is like GPT 5.5 is faster than Opus 4.8 now. Would PewDiePie's new project Odysseus be useful at all? I actually don't know what that is. I don't follow PewDiePie. A collab between OpenAI and Grok would be fire. True. Did you build your own Whisper Flow? I did, yes. That's technically what BridgeVoice is. It's a voice-to-text tool. So similar to Whisper Flow. Let's see. Is this relaunching right now? Let's go over here. Looks like there was an error. Oh, it created an error. Let's fix this. Fix the error that you just created. Super Combo just said, didn't I tell you this was going to happen? They are swapping GPT 5.5, bigger model, less reasoning, Opus 4.8, same size, less model, less thinking. They both have the same TPS. Yeah, I mean, it is surprising. Like, I just find that GPT 5.5 is much faster than Opus 4.8 now. Like, you can even see that, hey, with this test that we did, that now it's a little bit, can we even go back to it now? Is it gone? I guess it's gone now. But we had a test where we were basically testing Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5 at the same time. And GPT 5.5 like immediately got it done, right? Like it went in, it got it done, and it got it done way sooner, right? And I'm just surprised that like that even happened because a couple months ago, it was the complete opposite. People were like, I can't use Codex, it's so slow. And yeah, no, that's changed now. GPT 5.5 is faster than Claude Opus 4.8. It's fascinating to see. I think that GPT 5.5 is way worse than Opus in design, to the point where it's literally worth it to have a Claude subscription just so you can do design. Somebody just asked, what IDE are you using? So this is BridgeSpace. This is my product, and it's an agent development environment. So this is what I've been using for the past 3 months to vibe code, 3 or 4 months, and it's gotten so much better. I actually watched an old stream, and I saw like some of the early prototypes and MVPs for BridgeSpace, and it really is crazy how far we've come. Okay, somebody just asked, how are you using all this at once? Basically, all of them are working on different tasks. So every agent is given a different task. There's different ways that you can, different strategies that I use to be able to do this. But I've been vibe coding for over 3.5 years now, and this is kind of the go-to at this point. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, this is the one for building it to do the FN key. So for macOS, make FN globe the primary onboarding option, but do not silently force it. Store it as function, add alias for FN globe, and require a native dry run control op when no FN key is available. Interesting. For Windows, there is no true FN equivalent. Windows usually never receives FN as a key event because keyboard firmware handles it. The best preset is Control plus Windows if you want to match WhisperFlow's Windows default. Is that true? So that's what WhisperFlow does. I think that we should do that. When are you dropping the BridgeMind hoodies? So that's actually a great question. So I do plan on dropping Bridge merch at 100,000 subscribers. So I feel invigorated. I feel like I do have the vision now. We were talking about this last week, but sometimes it can be difficult to have the vision of like, hey, what got you from 0 to 200,000 ARR is not what is going to get you from 200,000 to 500,000. So, whenever you're doing anything, like there is obviously like the most important is consistency. Like if you're just consistent, you will be able to get somewhere. But I do think that you do need like a fresh vision and fresh ideas. So I do have that vision. You guys can see that I'm gonna make a video here soon, and we're gonna put up the 2-month goals. Obviously, May 31st is now past us. We accomplished most of our May 31st goals, and I now have July 31st goals. I don't have any goals written up yet, but I think that 100,000 subscribers is going to go on the July 31st goals, and I think that having Bridge merch is going to go on the July 31st goals. So I'm super excited for that. I think it's going to be awesome. Do you have a video podcast somewhere that goes over the story of BridgeMind? I'd like to know how you created it and what led you to do so. So if you guys know Starter Story, this is actually there's a guy from Starter Story, the guy that did Starter Story. He actually reached out recently, and he wants to interview me. He actually has been trying to reach me for about 6 months, but I just have been too busy with like the streaming and stuff to be able to do that. Oh my gosh, guys. If you don't think that Opus 4.8 is good at design, do you guys see the design that it just created? Do you guys see this? Like, that is really good design in my opinion. Look at that. That is like perfect. That is really good. Honestly, now can we do a follow-up and make it even like better? Hold on. The problem is that I don't know what terminal is doing it. So this is the problem that you run into. Let's do a follow-up here. Okay, I now need you to create a more robust implementation plan for your exact updates, as this is a huge update, as we are basically removing the push to talk and setting push to talk, and we're now replacing it with a hard set, and this could break a lot of functionality. I need you to create the structured plan, as this is very sensitive. So yeah, I mean, GPT 5.5, I think this is where you start talking about, okay, like with AI, this is a hard feature to build. When I was building out BridgeVoice, the reason that we went with setting up this manually is because we literally I couldn't build it out with AI to make it so that it hooks up with like my globe key here. But the thing is that we're now going to try and get this working, but with a much better model. I think the last time that I tried to get this to work was maybe with like GPT 5.3. Stevage Legend said, you should run a Discord challenge for that merch. Let us design mocks for what it should look like and what type of merch you would drop. That's a good idea. I'm gonna just go with whatever is recommended here. Have a cheaper model decode it. Yeah, so starter story, he's asking to do an interview. But guys, I did have a idea. I was saying bridge merch, not bridge merge. I did have an idea though where, hey, if he wanted to interview me, for example, he probably should just interview me like on the stream, to be honest with you, because I just don't have a lot of time. Like my time is split between like, I'm gonna give you guys like a little bit of perspective, okay? I put out a video today on a review of MiniMax. So if you guys saw my video, let's just go over to BridgeMind, right? So if you guys go to BridgeMind, I put out this video right here, Vibe Coding with MiniMax M3. I started making this video at 7:41 a.m. and I finished making the video at like, basically, look at this, yeah, 9:30. So it took me 2 hours. So I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning and I had to dome a bunch of work in the morning, and then I had to make this video, and then I had to stream, and then I have more stuff after I stream. And it's like, I have so much on my plate right now. And if I don't work 80 to 100 hours a week, then I'm going to fail, right? And I'm not going to fail. I'm going to work the 100 hours. So just kind of puts in perspective a little bit, like how many, oh my gosh. All right. Somebody just asked me, how many amphetamines do you take? So just so you know, the reason that I just have high energy in general, and by doing, literally look at this. I'm walking on a treadmill right now, and just so you guys know, when you do that, it gives you a lot of energy. Here is UltraCode. So check this out. So this is UltraCode. Hold on, let me expand this. So I've had these 15 agents, but look at this. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like UltraCode is like, I don't know. They all say 0 tokens, and then this one says 71.4K tokens. I don't know. I'm not on Adderall, just so you know. Okay, let's go check this out. Artificial analysis. This M3 Max. M3 Max. NVIDIA Cosmos. Oh, wow. Whoa. NVIDIA Cosmos 3 lands at #1 among open weights models in both text-to-image and image-to-video on the artificial analysis leaderboards. Dang. Okay. Image-to-video. And this is for... Dang. Okay. Interesting. How much do I earn per day? It depends. It'll fluctuate. I'll show you how much I've made so far today, for example. But yeah, I mean, that looks good. But yeah, so far today, so I've made $350 so far today. And then yesterday I made $1,487. I think that's what is a little bit more interesting, is just like the payouts that I get. So if you guys are familiar with payouts, I'll just do a quick screenshot of like how much the payouts are. Let me just, I'm going to remove my bank information from it, but I'll show you guys the actual payouts that I get from Stripe just for this week, for example. All right, so look at this. So this is the payouts that I'm getting from Stripe. If you guys look at my screen here, you can see that I get payouts every single day. And for example, on May 26th, I got a payout of $375. May 27th, $648. May 28th, $2,513. May 29th, $408. Today, I got a payout of $1,812. Tomorrow, I'm going to get a payout of $1,896. And then on June 3rd, I'll get a payout of $2,441. And that's all from just Stripe revenue from subscriptions. So it varies. It goes up and down. There's going to be better days. There's going to be worse days. But at the end of the day, like, you guys are in it for the journey here. And I'm just as transparent as possible that everybody knows what I'm working on and what it looks like. Okay, let's go over here. All right. So, man, that design looks so much better. Now, the shortcuts, this is going to be... Okay, wow, the shortcuts, this does now work. Man, we need to make big updates. Sounds like you want to make a statistic average algorithm. I don't know how you are able to focus in this environment, walking, reading, X, replying to chat, streaming, working, controlling X amount of agents, sub-agents, etc. It takes some time to get used to, I'll tell you that. But you get used to it and, you know, you just run with it. Okay, done. The root problem was all 3 slide build-outs. Okay, that looks great. Would you now help me actually improve the design of the background of BridgeSwarm I need you to review it. I don't like the glowing effect, and also for the agents, it would be cooler to give it a different design for how they're working together and what they're doing. Come up with a really unique approach to this. Okay. Is BridgeMRR live? No, it is not. That one's going to take longer. That is actually not an easy project. We actually were working on it a bit last week, and it was fun to work on, and you guys will see me continue to work on it. I'm a little bit more focused in on BridgeSpace today and BridgeVoice and seeing what we can do there. Especially with BridgeVoice, like I'm trying to see if we can make substantial improvements to BridgeVoice. Like even right now, instead of setting up shortcuts, I do think that it would be better to have like a global key, like the FN key or the global key for Mac, and I think it's like Control Windows on a Windows machine. But to be able to set those so that there's no like there's a lot of like things conflicting sometimes. KG Tachi, yeah. How much are you paying using for AI APIs per month? Looks wild to me. I'm spending $1,000 a month, but that's way more than I need to be spending. To be completely honest with you, like I spend more money on AI so that I can do the model reviews, so that I can do extensive testing, and that's why I never hit a rate limit. Because I do the streaming and because I do I create content and stuff and do model reviews. I almost call myself a content creator. That was close. I don't want to become one, guys. Don't let me become one. Okay, this workflow is running. Okay, dual window understand. Okay. Yeah, MRR is actually, we do have an update on the MRR. The MRR is now, it's 17K now. So if you look at the MRR, this is the MRR now. So it's 17,320, which is up 21% from last month, or I guess the last 4 weeks, which is decent. I want to see more growth, but it just takes time. You got to be consistent. You just got to stay in the arena and show up. All right, let's, yeah, it is still a lot less. All right, so I just walked on the treadmill for 60 minutes. So we're going to put the treadmill down. We're going to drop a 30 bomb, and we're going to lock in here, chat. Let's go. 30 bomb, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Huge update is going to hit BridgeVoice, but we have a lot of work to do. Yeah, Gemini 3.5 Flash is not good. I don't think that model is very good. Okay. Yeah, the issue with BridgeMRR, and that's actually why, like, one of the reasons that we're not like pushing out BridgeMRR super fast is because it's actually fairly difficult to build. And we saw that when we initially built it out. Like, for example, there's all sorts of issues when pulling in data from Stripe where, for example, you have to account for discounts. You have to account for coupon codes. You have to account for refunds. You have to account for all these things to get an accurate reflection of MRR. So, for example, in BridgeMRR, the problem that we were having is that BridgeMRR was saying that my MRR was like 18K, let's say, even though at the time it was like 16 or something like that. How much do you bench? I'm not even kidding, guys. I used to be like super into the gym. I used to be able to bench 250, but it's different now. I probably could only bench maybe 225 now. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go over here. Hold on. The music. I've been having issues with music. Here's the music again. All right. Do you think if there is a product which would basically monitor all your code commits and blend your work into a flow, that it would basically let you know the errors in a clean language? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing now. Speaking of which, I do want to take a look at this here. So let's see if Git, so you guys see this? So Git repository, it says no Git repository. So that's our first issue. It's saying there's no Git repository. So let's go over here. It was this one. Actually, no, it was this one. Wait, nope. Okay, hold on. Dog Saves Lives said, "You're my motivation, bro. Thanks for streaming." I got you, dude. That's what the community's all about. Let's go. All right. Is there not one clear value for MRR that you can get from Stripe? That is surprising. Yeah, there's not like a clear value. I was surprised on it, like that you couldn't just fetch that. But it is a little bit more complicated than I initially anticipated. So I think that, I mean, I have the domain. It's something that we're going to work on. It's something that I want to do. But in terms of like, hey, you have to focus. And I think that like, right now, there's so much potential in BridgeMind and the vibe coding ecosystem that we're building that I don't think that building out a new project right now while we're trying to get BridgeSpace 4 launched and trying to make substantial product improvements here is the right call. Okay, it was this one here. I want you to do an in-depth review here and note that no Git repositories are found, even though there are Git repositories in that workspace. Review and figure out what is causing this. I have been following your product for a while. Just follow. Thank you, man. Let's go. Do you have any employees? No, I don't. Think about making a product that helps people ship their apps when vibe coding. Thinking of the question about AWS earlier, could be good for the ecosystem. Yeah, so Zen Sosa, you just brought up a really good point, and like that is why I'm working on Vibecademy. Like I said, though, I think the biggest problem that I have right now is that streaming takes up so much of my time and so much of my energy that like I just feel like I'm pouring my heart and soul into it, honestly, guys. Like I'm literally pouring everything I have into streaming for you guys. And like with streaming, you have to stay consistent and you have to pretty much give it everything that you have. So for example, like everything for me is like leading up for a stream. Like I wake up in the morning so that I can knock out a couple things so that I can then do a full focus on a stream. And then remember, I like do have like a life, right? So I have to figure out how am I going to spend time with my family because that's important too. How do I spend time with my girlfriend? That's incredibly important. How do I spend time eating? How do I spend time sleeping? And then how do I spend time also doing these other things? And it's hard to fit in some things. And that's the thing is it's like, you just have to figure it out. And you just have to do it. Super Combo said, is surprised I used more Opus tokens than you. With a 9 to 7, I did 2 billion tokens in 2 days. That's insane. Yeah, maybe Redon. Maybe I mean, I could put BridgeMind on Trust MRR and we could look at the accuracy of it. I feel like it is accurate, though, to be completely honest with you. I feel like, I mean, Trust MRR, I really think that what he has done with it is awesome. I mean, we could advertise here. What if I advertise on Trust MRR? Just for fun. That would be cool to put BridgeMind on here. What do you guys think I should do it? Give Mark Lau $1,500 bucks. Guys, what should we do? Should we do it? Should we do it? What do you think? Try it for a month. People are saying it's a good idea. Yeah, I do think that Trust MRR is true as well. I could post it and then ping Mark Lau and say, I hope it pays off. Okay. Okay. This is looking good. I'm curious if okay, the device is using a legacy. Okay, so you guys see this now? Okay, GPT 5.5, did that just one-shot that? Wait, did you guys see it? It did it. It did it. But wait, it's not working now. But when I clicked the FN key, did you guys, wait, just did it again. Hello, 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 hello. Do you guys see that it's doing it? So GPT 5.3 could not do that. Now, it's not working perfectly yet. Okay, good work. When I clicked the FN key while I was testing it locally, running npm run tari dev local, it did start recording for a second, but there should be some sort of setup process for this. Note that we are going to completely phase out setting push to talk keys for yourself. Note that we actually want the user to go through an onboarding process for this. Would you help me make sure that this does work locally and that we have an onboarding process for setting this and making sure that BridgeVoice will be set to that push to talk key? Review this and help me implement this accordingly. I think that we're getting close. Good work so far. Okay. What is the expense to profit ratio for the 207K ARR? Is this a product built by only you? How much do you take home? So that's a great question. So I did check the, I was working in QuickBooks, which is what I use for like accounting. And over the past 50 days, BridgeMind has brought in net profit over $30,000 net profit in the last 30 days. So I would like to do a more formal, like, I think it would be cool to do like quarterly reports for BridgeMind. It's something that I've always wanted to do. And personally, like, I just haven't had like the accounting and the back end set up correctly, but I did do it. I was working this morning. There's another thing I was working on this morning, guys. 5 a.m. wake up. Let's go. And I did generate that income statement. And I would like to make that like a thing that I do each quarter where basically I'll do like a quarterly report. And I just think that that's going to be cool. But yeah, I do show the Stripe dashboard every stream. We can check it out right now. What have people paid you for? It appears as if you're fabricating your revenue. Okay, hold on. Let me just show you the Stripe dashboard. And it's, Byron, you may be new, but just so you know, this mission is like legit, okay? I know that there's people like Alex Finn out there that have broken everyone's trust and that are frauds. Here's the Stripe dashboard though. I show this every single stream. Current MRR is at $17,320. Here is the last 3 months. Over the last 3 months, we've done 61,000 in gross volume and we've brought in 53,000 in net volume. And you guys can see the journey here. Literally just 3 months ago, we were only doing about 1,800 in MRR. Now we're at 17,000. So we're on our way to 20K, but just so you know, if this is your first time here, you should know that this journey and this mission is legitimate. And I am as transparent as possible with everything that I do because there are a lot of people out there that are basically, they're frauds. So I totally understand where you're coming from, but you should know that that's not what this is about. Okay, let's see here. So it's working on this. All for BridgeMind. Why would I buy this? What's it for? So technically, we do have another product. It's called View Creator, but View Creator doesn't do, like last month, for example, it brought in $191. That's not statistically significant. For example, BridgeMind brought in 20,000 or over 20,000, and View Creator brought in under 200, right? So View Creator, like, that is not something that I pursue with a bunch of my time just because it's not worth it. Alex Finn shows nothing. All talk. He's a fraud. He is a fraud. All right. His product actually works as well. I don't use it. I just open up 8 to 10 terminals like a savage, but I've been watching him for a while. BridgeMind is legit. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right. So this is a quick onboarding that we're going to see if we can shortcut verified. It says permission granted. This is crazy if this works. Oh my gosh. Okay, GPT 5.5 just one-shotted something that GPT, literally none of the old models could do that. It literally just one-shotted this. Do you guys see this? So now instead of like hard, like setting keyboard shortcuts, it just works. Okay, great work. I now need you to recognize a little bug that we have. Note that unless I am clicked into BridgeVoice, it is not letting me do, oh, it just crashed. Well, it didn't crash. Just, yeah, GPT 5.5 is cooked, yeah. KG, yeah, so, yeah, Alex Finn, he does sell like a school course. I mean, I think that you can kind of, I mean, I don't want to like just bash somebody just to bash them. I think it's pretty obvious. You know, I think that, yeah, I mean, all I have to say is I do the live streaming. I think that it's pretty hard. I don't know. I've been live streaming for 186 days. I just look at stuff like that and I'm like, man, that just seems like a scam. Like, and even stuff, it just, I don't like content creation, and I literally just, my entire goal is I never want to become a content creator. The great thing about it is I'm just able to be I'm able to be myself. I'm able to be genuine, and that's what makes this easy for me, is that I just be myself and everything else takes care of itself. I share my opinions. I work really hard. I am passionate about vibe coding. I think everybody can tell, and I work really hard, and that's all there is to it. I'm not, what you see is what you get. I don't like content creation. I'm pretty much giving you guys my all, just so you know. Like, I give this community everything I have. I structure everything I do based on making sure that I can keep going for you guys. So I can't wait for Mythos. Yeah, super combo. I think that Mythos, I mean, it seems to me like that's going to be kind of what we're waiting for. I am just a little bit worried that's going to be a huge disappointment. To be completely honest with you, I'm worried that Mythos is going to be a huge disappointment. 550 active users and 10K total. Yep, I do Vibecode full time. Thank you. So Floyd, I actually don't use OpenClaw. Marketing in the whole is not funny. Streaming is the best move. Yeah. So streaming is helpful. You know, but it also, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, I want to show you guys something. So hold on. Let me just pull up Acceladra real quick. Like, literally from my perspective, Acceladra, hold on, let me just pull it up. Okay. Does this work now? Test. I need you to note another bug that we're experiencing. I think that one of the settings that we created recently has messed this up. But in order for me to do push to talk, I literally have to be clicked into BridgeVoice. That is incorrect. Literally wherever I am, I should be able to click the FN key and it starts recording, figure out what is causing this bug, and then update accordingly to get this working as intended. I should not have to be clicked into the BridgeVoice dashboard to get this working. The Trotman Show, what's up? I'm having issues with the music today. I keep having to literally click restart capture again. So we're just gonna do I'm listening to music right now. I'm having a great time. Maybe you guys can turn on your own music today. I'll figure out what's causing this in the next stream. But yeah, my music is a little bit wrong. It's a little problem. How many Mac systems you got? So I have this machine. I did also purchase. This is an M5 Max Ultra. It's fully spec'd out, so I can run local models on it. But this is a great machine to have too. Let me see this. Dang. Okay. Any business idea? Sell low, buy high. Wait, what do you mean? Would you ever show your streaming setup or YouTube analytics, etc., even if, hold on, too many chats, even if not public? I'd love to see it myself. Yeah, I can show you my YouTube analytics. This is a healthy view and what will make you very successful, I believe, genuine and loving what you do. Thank you, man. Yeah. I mean, that's all it is at the end of the day, because I think that if you do something that's not that you're not passionate about, you're probably just going to stop doing it. Eventually you will quit, you will give up, because it will get hard. And I'm not even kidding. There was one time where I was I have pretty good parents. They're just, they're just good parents. I came from a good family. And You know, I was talking to my dad one time, and I was just like, I don't know, like it was so hard during this one particular period that I just had my head in my hands, and I was just like, I just can't keep doing this anymore, right? I was like, I don't know how I can keep doing this. But the next day, turned on the live stream and kept on going. I was like, you know what? Let's just keep on going. Which views? This one for sure. Yeah, so today we're working on BridgeSpace v4. Also, the BridgeVoice update. This is going to be big. This is going to be huge, and I'm very surprised. So if you guys saw this, literally creating this, like I can just click the FN key. Hello, 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 hello. So this was not possible. Okay, I tried to do this with GPT 5.3 Codex a couple months ago, and getting that global push to talk literally broke it. New here, would you do a quick recap of your 186-day journey? What's your mission, and why did you decide to make the tools that you made? So I'll give you a brief recap if you guys are new here. So what we're working on, you guys can go to BridgeMind.ai and check it out. Last month, we made $20,000 from BridgeMind.ai, but we have this right here, which is a voice-to-text tool. This is a competitor to WhisperFlow, but under one subscription, basically what you get is you get an entire vibe coding ecosystem, okay? So you get a voice-to-text tool, and you get access to BridgeSpace, which is what you guys have seen me working on and working inside of this entire stream. This is what I use to vibe code, and it's my main vibe coding tool. Now, I have a bunch of Claude Code agents and Codex agents that are launched inside of this workspace that we're working with here, and I work with Bridgeboard, I work with BridgeMemory, I work with BridgeSwarm, and that's what we're working on right now. Is if you guys look here, we're kind of working on, so it's BridgeSwarm, BridgeSpace, Bridgeboard, BridgeMemory, and let's actually check out that memory system. I wonder if it did improve this. All right, let's go over here, expand this one. Okay, let's check out the BridgeSwarm here. And okay, so this is the update. You guys can let me know what you think here. So this is the update. So the swarm completed. Swarm complete. So you guys can see that they all say swarm complete. Okay. That design is getting better. I actually kind of like that better. It would be really cool if we had some sort of design mechanism where, for example, when users were, not when users, I confuse it. When agents were sending messages to each other, when I was reviewing just this dashboard here, if you could literally see basically a message being sent between agents, that would be really cool. All right, let's go over here. And then I'm going to drop this in. And we're going to go back over here. Also, make sure that you account for when there are multiple coordinators. All right. When you use multiple windows for your agents, you create different work trees for each so the code doesn't conflict. So that's actually something that we're working on today. We are working on like Git and integrating Git into BridgeSpace, but typically, like, as long as you do have the agents working on different tasks, they're not going to interfere with each other. How do you come up with good ideas? Honestly, I just build what I want to do. Like, I just build like things that I'm passionate about, and some of them will hit, some of them won't. I think it's a bad approach in life if you only do things for the purpose of making money, because, like, for example, like, I get so much I get so much of my purpose, like, from leading the BridgeMind community, which is the largest vibe coding community on the internet now. I think we're about to surpass 11,000 members. Let's actually give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the community, because I think we're about to surpass 11,000 members. Let's see if we passed 11,000. Let's go over here. So welcome. Wow, look at that, guys. Wow. So we did just surpass 11,000 members. Let me go check this out. Let's see. And there's no other vibe coding community that's this large, by the way. So this is it. Up and forward was the 11,000th member of BridgeMind. Shout out to you, man. That's awesome. Up and forward. Welcome to the community. If you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, make sure you do so. One of the mods will drop a link in the chat. This is, if you guys want to learn vibe coding, if you want to be part of a community of builders and entrepreneurs and people that are building every single day, make sure you join. It's a great place to be. We also do have a project sharing event coming up this Wednesday. 6 members of the community are going to be able to get to present, and then we are going to be voting one of them to win $100. So that's going to be cool. Explain what they do, what is BridgeSwarm, and all of them. So yeah, so BridgeSwarm, so hold on, we're updating some code right now, so it's reloading the build, but BridgeSwarm is great. Basically, you're able to use it for being able to like deploy a swarm that can all communicate with one another. And I do find that having like, you're able to set, like I'll just show it to you here. So I go over here and I just click BridgeSwarm, right? And you literally build your roster of agents, right? So you can do 5, 10, 15, 20. And I typically will do like 5 to 10. And what you can do is you can actually set them to different roles. So for example, I could set my coordinator to Codex, and I could set the builder to Claude, and I could set this other builder to use Grok builds. And what that gives you is it gives you an advantage because these agents are good at different things. And to be able to actually like have the agents that are doing their jobs, doing what they do best, it really does help you. And they work for a while. They'll work on a mission basically, and it does do a great job. All right, let's go over here. Let's do always allow. But all right, let's do something real quick while these agents are working. We have a big update that's about to ship out. BridgeSpace 3.0.84 is a big update. I am going to do a quick fire sale. So if you guys are interested in trying out BridgeMind, this is your opportunity. We're going to generate a fire sale coupon. So far today, we've made $370, but we are going to generate a coupon. We're going to see, these typically will go within like 30 seconds. But if you guys check this out, so this is the pricing. I'll explain to you guys what you get with each pricing tier before we do this fire sale. So monthly, this is what you're looking at. So the basic plan is $20 a month. I'm about to make it 65% off so that you guys can get a deal on it. But with BridgeSpace, you do get access to, like with the basic plan, you get access to BridgeSpace, okay? So the ADE that you guys see me using, this is the product I use for vibe coding. That's what you get access to with Bridge Basic, okay? But with Pro, you also get access to all of these features like the BridgeMind MCP, BridgeVoice, BridgeMRR, and these are built inside of BridgeSpace. So if you go over here, what you're going to see is that like right over here, I have access on, let me put the password in here. So I have access to a task management system with Bridgeboard, and then I also have access to a memory system with BridgeMRR. So here's my memory system. If you go over here, this is how I manage memories. So if you go here, this is the graph, for example, for the BridgeMind UI project. So this is the memory system that I have, and it's built natively inside of BridgeSpace. So you also get access to BridgeVoice, which is the voice-to-text tool, and this is about to get a big update today. But let's generate the fire sale coupon real quick. Let's go generate a coupon. Let's go over there. Let's create a coupon, and this is going to be the day 186 coupon, and this is going to be, honestly, let's do 67% off today, all right? I'm feeling generous today. Let's do Ultra, Basic, and Pro, and this is going to be 67% off forever, and we're going to limit this to... so the code for this is day 186, and we're going to limit the number of times. It's going to be able to be used 10 times, okay? So 10 people, if you guys are interested in getting BridgeMind, here is a coupon code, day 186, 67% off. Let's go. And to celebrate 67% off, I'm going to drop a 30 bomb. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Surely I could do a 67 bomb. I used to drop 90 bombs, chat. What happened? What happened? Claude got reset? Oh, wow. Claude limits just got reset. Why'd they do that? What the heck? Let's go. Cursor Opus 4.8 fast mode. 100 sub-agents for security time. Honestly, the fast mode isn't that impressive. Okay. Come on, Chris. Come on. All right. Is this fixed now? I don't like that. Hold on. Would you update and improve the design of when I click on the BridgeVoice widget pill for recording, review this, and improve the design? Also, when I'm recording with the push to talk key, I also want you to improve that design. Right now, the widget pill is almost, it's like it's too long. And when a user clicks record, it doesn't need to be that long. It needs to be a little bit more compact, more responsive to the actual voice input, review, and improve the design. Do you ever feel stuck before starting? Yeah, I mean, like, you just have to get started. If you're going to do anything, like, you have to get started, and you just have to find, like, your purpose in, I'm doing something, and I don't know where it's going to lead me yet, but I know that I'm doing something, right? Like, I didn't know exactly where this journey would take me, but I've found over time, like, I've seen, you know, I've found the answers as they've come, and I've just worked hard and trusted that, hey, the input that you put in is going to eventually equal your output. So if you're like lazy and you're not doing enough, then hey, you may not get much done. But if you put a bunch of input in, it may not come right away, but you can pretty much guarantee that it will pay off eventually. Like, you will get that output. It just may not. It may take a little bit more time. Can you SSH into the BridgeMind and paste images in the terminals? So yes, you can SSH. Let me make sure that you can do that though. Yeah, they did just reset usage limits though, guys. I was at 70K a month ago. Yes, that is true. Okay, let's do this real quick. Okay, I'm gonna launch Codex for this, honestly. Somebody just asked this question. Would you make sure that users are able to SSH into BridgeSpace and paste images into terminals respectively? They fixed some issues with Claude. We fixed an issue that caused some Claude code sessions to spawn excessive parallel subagents, burning through usage faster than expected. Oh, they didn't mean to do that? Come on. I'm just kidding. All right. Let's see if that Git functionality is built. I want to go over here. What is this, frozen? All right, let's go over here. Git, loading Git, come on. There we go. There we go. All right, so this, for example. Look at that, we got Git. But remember, so this is, just so you guys know who made the design here? Codex made the design, okay? So we need to update the design. I don't like the design. BridgeVoice works in other languages. It does, yes. Okay, we're going to go out here. I am going to use Claude on this one. We're going to paste in BridgeSpace Tari. I need you to review all the functionality associated with the Git integration inside of BridgeSpace, and note that I need you to significantly improve the design of that side panel. I do not like the design currently. I need you to significantly improve the design, make it super simple, super easy to use, and implement best practice design, and make sure that it follows the design of BridgeSpace. What did Super Combo say? Matt, did you push the update to BridgeMind so you can resume? So Jibber, so if you didn't know about this, so basically like what happened last week is I actually had a really big update, and Opus 4.8 did introduce this bug that it literally could not fix. It could not fix. Joshi over on Twitch said, in which language are the desktop apps written? So I did use Tari, which is a Rust framework, but most of the code is TypeScript. All right, let's go over here. I'm so curious what it would be like to sponsor on TrustMRR. All right, guys, here's where we're at for today. So today so far, we've made $692. Again, yesterday we were at 1,487. Let's do a quick check on the MRR. We're at, wow, 17,451. Let's go. 17,451. Man, we'll be at 20K in no time. Let's go, guys. Yeah, Claude is a little bit slow. I think Claude is now slower than GPT 5.5. Why does it work to demand and make the design better? How is it better than alternatives like giving it a proper design language? So like, for example, what that agent is going to do, and we can even like pull it up, right? Like I know that it's going to be able to like grep the other files, and Claude does have really good design. And especially if you have like an existing project, it does do a very good job of like implementing the design principles that it sees other places in a project. You can see that it's like grepping other files and stuff, and it'll be able to do a pretty good job. ARR 207 is a projected figure. Well, the thing is that the ARR at 207,000, I actually think that BridgeMind will most likely make probably, like, it'll depend what happens, but the thing is ARR is like, it's 207,000, right? And that number can go up and down, right? But the thing is like, BridgeMind is growing, you know? And I think that what's going to happen is, I think that BridgeMind like 3 months from now is going to be anywhere from 400 to 600,000. I think that 3 months down the line, I think that we're going to double. I think that it's going to double because BridgeMind really isn't that big yet. Like in terms of YouTube subscribers and in terms of X followers, this is a very niche community right now. And I think that we're just scratching the surface of what's possible. So for example, like as soon as BridgeMind has like a viral moment, it'll send everything spiking. And as the models continue to get better, it's going to bring more people into the vibe coding space. And BridgeMind is the largest, closest knit community for vibe coding. So I think that it's going to grow a ton. Can BridgeMind run on a potato PC and laptop? It can, yes. This is not going to be $1 million business, broski. Base 44 barely took off. So yeah, Base 44, I would not compare BridgeMind to Base 44 literally in any way, shape, or form. And also I just think that you're going to be proved wrong, like straight up, like, you know, I appreciate your comment. But I'm going to prove you wrong. So you can stay around and you can watch that journey take place, but I'm very driven, I'm very determined, and I'm going to accomplish this goal. All right, let's see this. Test. Okay. So I have to click on it. Then I can go test. Do you guys see that? So GPT 5.5 was not able to get this here. Hold on. So you guys see the issue that I'm having? Now it won't stop recording. So let's go back down here and let's get this solved. I need you to note that we're still having bugs with the FN key. Note that now when I stop pressing down on the FN key, it continues to record. Note that to start recording, you press down, and to stop recording, you lift up. And note that we're still getting the bug where it won't record unless I'm actually clicked into the BridgeVoice app. Figure out what's causing this and fix. Okay. All right, even if he does 500K, that's still a huge accomplishment in my book. Yeah, I mean, I think that you guys, like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I've been like doing this from a very early on, right? Like I've been doing it for 10 months. But if you guys have watched the trajectory of BridgeMind, I mean, in a month, we've gone from like 70K to 200K. And that growth is like, you're probably going to slow down. You're not going to always grow 150%. But the thing is that the revenue is stable. Okay. The revenue is not like, it's not a revenue spike. Okay. And you don't want to see like, there's revenue where if you have a product that spikes a bunch and then it like, that's, you don't want to see that. You want to see stable growth. And that's what BridgeMind is seeing. So I think that as it gets bigger, and that's why, like, from my perspective, I think that as long as I continue to put the community first and put my time and effort into the community, I think everything else is going to solve itself. I think that everything else is going to solve itself. A daily token spend. I mean, the other day I spent like 2 billion tokens in a 2-day period. Have you claimed startup credits from AWS? I have, yes. First mover advantage. Well done. Yeah. You cannot invest in a BridgeMind. Just promise you won't move to Dubai when you hit 1 million. Stay real and relatable. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to me, the biggest thing for me, and I'll continue to repeat this just so that you guys like are in the know, is that really like a big factor why I'm doing this is not so I can go buy like a flashy car. I want freedom. And like if you have a job, you are not free. Like if you have a job, you're working for somebody else. They can fire you at any point. Your time is not your own. You literally have to, like, you don't have a choice. Like, I don't know. I worked a job when I was, I worked at like a corporate bank, and that's when I decided to kind of like go in a different direction, because I was like, man, I just can't, I can't do that. I can't go to like the rat race and like just work a 9 to 5 for the next 40 years. I just can't do it. And if I, like, the only time that I have to not do it is probably now. If I'm ever going to do it, I may as well do it while I'm young and take that risk while I'm young. But for people that like, just so you know, I'm doing it for the freedom. And I think that finances and making money does bring freedom, but like you guys are not going to see me go out and like spend a bunch of money on a flashy car. I'm passionate about vibe coding, and I just want to be free. I want to be free. So even like with, live streaming and stuff, like, hey, I want to be able to, say, hey, I'm not going to stream today, and have that be okay. Right. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing it too, is that like, hey, I'll probably be streaming for a long time. I don't know, like probably for a very long time, and I'll be like, creating videos and stuff for a long time. But the thing is that I want to do it so that I have the freedom to do whatever I want. I don't necessarily have like, oh, this is bad UI there. I don't necessarily want to be like, oh, I made this amount of money and now I quit. You know what I mean? Like I just genuinely want to do what I love. I want to wake up every day and do what I love. And, Eper said, job makes me dangerously depressed, but so do Claude prices. Okay. Dem over on Twitch said, I'm not a coder myself, but I see this taking off. That's why I was asking. Yeah. Yeah, vibe coding is taking off because basically if you are not a software developer, it's okay. Like you can literally code. You can pretty much build anything. Wow. This is Git. We are integrating Git inside of BridgeMind right now, and this is starting to actually look like pretty good. So here are our changes. Okay. Wow. Okay, guys. I have an idea. Guys, I don't think that UltraCode is the best. How about the battery life on your new MacBook? It's really good. Yeah, the battery life's really good. Any update on the SSH and image paste? So hold on, let's check out that. Which one was working on it? I think it was, oh geez. Not this one. The design for the BridgeVoice widget pill, would you improve it? Make sure that it doesn't have any shadows, anything, and that it's just clear and crisp. Also make it a little bit more compact. Dark over on Twitch said, can you help me? What should I do differently? I'm 2 weeks jobless now as a freelance HubSpot implementation specialist. Well, I don't know your current situation. I don't know how much money you have saved, or if you're just like desperate right now. Only you do. So it just depends on your current situation. But what I will say is that like the biggest thing you want to do is stay positive. Okay, stay positive. Take a deep breath and work 100 hours this week and see where you get at the end of this week. Find something to pour your time into. Don't be lazy. Don't sit around. And if you do those things, no matter what happens, at least you can be proud of yourself that you worked as hard as you possibly could. So if you want to work with me, I'm going to be working 100 hours this week. If you guys want to join with me, I'll be live for like a lot. I planned a 5-hour stream today. We're 3 hours in. I don't feel like stopping anytime soon. It'd probably be irresponsible for me to stream over 5 hours because I have so much stuff that I need to take care of off stream, but sometimes it's good to be irresponsible. I need you to review the design of the skills part of the sidebar here and help me significantly improve it, make it more compact, and improve the design. Okay, let's do this. Do you think Gemini 3.5 Pro will surpass GPT 5.5? I think it's possible. I feel like with Google models, we saw the Flash model. The Flash model was a little bit of a disappointment. Obviously, it's insanely fast, but it's not that intelligent. What am I looking at here? Why are there so many chat boards open? What is this? Can you please explain? So this is vibe coding. If you're unfamiliar with vibe coding, pretty much what we're doing is we are vibe coding. All these agents are working on different tasks. We're managing different assignments, and we're kind of just QA testing as we go along. Okay, this here looks better. I don't like how this is like, okay, wait. It just, yeah, it actually, I was just about to say I don't like how it's slightly transparent, and then it fixed it. Okay. I love this helping stream vibe. I think a lot of us have similar situations. I'm lost too. Well, don't give up, dude. I'm telling you guys, if you're feeling lost, if you're feeling like you don't know what you're doing, just lock in, and your input equals your output. So it may take a little bit longer than you expect, but trust in the fact that if you do work, if you do grind, it will pay off eventually. Thoughts on the new NVIDIA RTX Spark laptops? I haven't looked at them enough to give like my thoughts on them. Okay, also here's the SSH, by the way. It looks like implemented the terminal SSH image path. Okay, it looks like it is working. Launch 2 deep dive agents to review the work that was completed and ensure that this has been done efficiently, and that there are no bugs that are introduced by this update. XF1 over on Twitch said, you are very inspiring. I have a sweet job, but want to quit the rat race. Yeah, the rat race, I'm not a big fan myself. We've decided to hit the abort button, and we've officially, we're not about that. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of working for somebody else and giving away my life to somebody else. Because even like let's say that I have to work 100 hours a week, right? The thing is that if I work 18 hours today, let's say, right, and I've been up since 5 a.m. So I've been up since 5 a.m. So that means that I went to the bathroom and I like showered and I ate some food, right? It's currently 2 p.m. Okay, which means I've been up since 5 a.m. That is 7, 8, 9 hours. I showered and I ate food. So let's subtract 30 minutes. So we've already worked 8 hours today, and 8.5, I guess. And we're not gonna stop. We're gonna keep on grinding. We're not gonna give up, because the people that are like goofies, and people that are basically like not gonna achieve anything in life, that's not necessarily true. But I'm just saying, if you want to achieve your goals, you have to lock in. You have to grind. Okay. So if I was like one of those content creators that scheduled stuff, like I did a scheduled stream, I said, okay, I'm gonna stream from 12 to 3 p.m. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. I think that's stupid, because I think that just gives you a job. So I like the approach of, hey, my goal is to stream for 5 hours. I probably should only stream for 5 hours, but I may stream for 12. Like, I don't know. I may stream for 12. So, but I do have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow too. So to be smart, I probably should go to bed early so I can run it back tomorrow. But I don't know. I think that if you want to achieve stuff, if you want to lock in, if you want to make progress, just wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, get a workout in, do some push-ups, and start grinding, and it's going to pay off eventually. How was your weekend? It was a pretty good weekend. I spent some time with my family. I got outdoors, and it was enough to help me so that I'm ready to lock back in. All right, so this is, hold on. I do want to toggle this on and off. The BridgeVoice widget pill, I want to make sure. Would you make sure that the BridgeVoice widget pill has a solid background? Sometimes it's transparent. It's a little bit annoying. Slater USA over on Twitch, what's up? Compare Git to project goals to identify drift and AI slop. That's a good idea. What skills are you gatekeeping that you can share to us? Skills that I'm gatekeeping. Let's see here. I think that like skills. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean skills that I'm gatekeeping? David over on X, what's up, man? Felipe say, and to stay motivated, you can start to watch the old videos with the goalpost app from day 1 to 100. Matthew made big progress just in 100 days and even started with the app in the wrong direction. 100%, Felipe. Yeah, you just got to start grinding on something, it'll pay off. I think that's a great example. Yeah. And I don't mean to say like that, like, I'm just saying like, sometimes I watch my old streams, right? Like I get on, I think I'm live. I literally, the first thing I say ever on a live stream is, I think I'm live. I go, hey, I think I'm live right now. I don't know for sure. I think I am though. Sloppy Noppy said, good GG, bro. Been here since Vibecademy. Let's go, dude. Let's lock in. All right, this looks like it is done. So this is the new design of the Git. Let's open this up here. Yeah, we're at 200K ARR. We're at 200K ARR. All right, so if we open up this, here's BridgeBench, for example. Now there's no changes. So let's go into, this is just a default. I want this customized. Okay, Git is actually looking really good in BridgeSpace. I want this, oops. So I'm gonna use CleanShot X. I'm just gonna highlight this here. The design of this dropdown needs to be customized. Right now it's just default. Jonas in Focus, what's up, bro? Okay, somebody said, if you were to give 5 great tips to a beginner who just started vibe coding, what will it be? Start on a project today and just start prompting and build something that you are passionate about. Don't build something that you think is gonna go make a bunch of money. Build something that you are interested in, okay? Don't even worry about making money. Just do something that you're passionate about that you think is a good idea, okay? And then learn from that, take it to the next thing. Okay, this is still not working here. What's your insight to PewDiePie's Odyssey? I actually don't know what that is. Somebody asked me about that as well. I'm not sure. Claude, they reset the limit. Yeah, they did. It's sick. All right, also, who's going to drop a 20 bomb with me? Actually, 20 bomb, 40 bomb. Sorry, let's 2x that. All right, 40 bomb, who's down? Slater said, what if my interest is in making money? Well, I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, I think that everybody wants to make money, right? Your interest is making money. You want to go out. You want to make a bunch of money, right? And the reason that I say that you shouldn't be focused on making money is that right now, my main focus is not making money. I think that if I focus on other things, the money problem is going to solve itself. Like if I wake up and I just focus on like locking in and grinding and building the BridgeMind community and moving forward every day, the money problem is gonna completely solve itself. I think if I keep doing this for 3 to 5 years, I'll be good. I'm not gonna have to worry about money, okay? And like, that's just the perspective that I have right now. If I give to others, if I do project sharing events, if I give back to the community, if I create a place where people feel welcome, if I create a place where people can learn how to vibe code, if I show up every day, if we basically build a real community, then I'm like, if I show up every day and I give it everything I have, the outcome is going to eventually equal what I put into it. So if I work for 100 hours this week, I may not get the results that I want after this week. But if I put in another 100 hours next week, I'll probably get some pretty good results and start to move forward in the right direction. I need you to launch 3 subagents, and note that this is still not working as intended. I still literally have to be clicked into BridgeVoice. Okay, Nomad said that he just Googled it. Hold on. We need to fix this real quick. I think that this is being updated. It's this one right here that's causing this issue. Hold on here. It was this one here. Let's solve this here. I need you to fix this issue that you just created. How much coffee has he had? Now, I have had a lot of coffee, okay? I have had a lot of coffee today. All right, let's drop a 40 bomb, guys. Let's go. Let's go. BTF, right now we are grinding on BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace. So right now I'll give you like a quick technical breakdown of what we're doing with BridgeVoice right now. So do you see how we have 2 BridgeVoices up? This one right here, this is the production one, and then this is the local one. So we did a complete UI redesign here, and we're trying to make it so that you don't have to put in your push to talk keys anymore. We're making it a global key. Now let's test this. Hello, hello, hello. So it doesn't work. I have to click on it, and then, hold on, I stopped clicking on it. Hello, 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 hello. So do you see the issue that we're having? So GPT 5.5 literally cannot fix the issue here, okay? So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna generate a handoff using BridgeSpace. So handoff via Claude. So we're gonna create a handoff prompt here, and then we're gonna put this over into a Claude instance, and we're gonna let Claude Opus 4.8 try this issue. Krish said, is the context window of a single chat enough to build a feature? In Cursor, I need to create new chats because the context fills up fast. Well, it is dependent on what model you're using. Eper 5 bombs good enough. 5 bombs better than a 0 bomb. The Trotman Show said, thank you, Matt, for being insanely dedicated to this journey. You're an inspiration for us. I hope to follow in your footsteps with the Trotman Show, trying to balance what I want versus what my family and wallet need now. That makes sense, man. Yeah, that's I mean, you gotta make the right decision, right? You gotta support your family, but you have your own goals. You know, your project was really cool. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation, right? You got to support your family, but you also have your own goals and aspirations, and you know, that's life, man. That's real life that you're living. So I wish you the best. Keep grinding. I know that your project's super cool. You seem like a super smart guy. Just stay in the arena, show up every day, and it'll work out. You know, it's like input equals output over time. Just keep showing up. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents and do an in-depth review of the bug that we are currently getting in BridgeVoice, where I literally have to be clicked into BridgeVoice and then press the FN global key for it to start recording. I have to literally like right click on the widget pill and open up that dashboard. It won't start recording unless I'm clicked into it. Figure out why this is happening and then fix this. Oh shoot, we just hit the like goal already? Are you guys kidding me? How are we at 559 likes already, guys? Are you kidding me? Nah, that's somebody's trolling. We can't be at 559 likes already. Oh my gosh. That is insane. Thank you, chat. Let's go. Let's go. 559. All right, we're going to have to set a new goal now. We're going to have to set a new goal. I guess we're going to have to hit... Well, how many likes are we hitting? Are we doing piano today? What are we doing, guys? Give me a like goal. Tell me what we're doing. I mean, I'm down to grind. Like, honestly, it is irresponsible for me to stream longer than 5 hours today, but I may stream longer than 5 hours. I don't know. It's irresponsible. I have so many other things to do that I can't do on stream. But I don't know. 591. Man, you guys rock. Let's go. Where are we going? We're going to the moon. We're on the way there right now. You can jump in the rocket ship right now and hop in. Abdul said, can you please explain to me the app idea? So if you're unfamiliar with BridgeMind, BridgeMind is a vibe coding ecosystem. So it literally, with one subscription, you have access to an entire ecosystem of vibe coding tools. You have all the tools that you need to be successful as a vibe coder. Basically, I built this ecosystem out of the 3.5, it's actually over 3.5 now, it's getting closer to 4 of experience that I have with vibe coding. But here's a quick look at the Stripe dashboard. So yesterday we made $1,487. Today so far, $850. Let's do another check up on the Stripe dashboard here. See where we're at. We're at 17,464. We've got some good growth here so far today. I like what we're seeing. But guys, it fluctuates ups and downs. You guys have been here when I've been down. You guys have been here when I've been in the trenches. And we just don't give up. We push forward every day. This is going to be a 100-hour work week for me. So let's just keep showing up and let's go. Stain, let's go. But what you're looking at here, this is BridgeSpace. So this is an ADE. This is an agent development environment. Okay, this looks good. Okay. BridgeSpace. Let's go check out the Git flow here. So we did just integrate Git, and that looks a lot better. I wonder... Hold on, let's go over here, and let's try launching this. And how do I full screen this? Okay, great work. Would you now make it so that I'm able to click on the Gits and the different files in the Git history, and when I click on it, I am able to actually see the Git diffs in a modal in the app. Review this and help me implement this update. Design this incredibly well. There should be a nice flow and animation when I'm opening up a file and reviewing the diffs. That'll be interesting. The best B, what did I not answer? Who's building trading bots? I actually know somebody that's building trading bots, and he's having a really he's having a lot of success. Also, let's do a quick check. Let's see how many. All right, we're up to 11,053 members in Discord. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. We do need to do something real quick. I need to make a post on X for marketing purposes, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to the UI benchmark here, and we are going to export MiniMax M3. This is the model that came out today. We're just going to produce this. So this is the lava lamp that was created by MiniMax M3. This model is obviously benchmarked. I would not recommend using this model for vibe coding unless you are on like a insanely tight budget. These Chinese models, they're benchmarking, okay? They're basically saying that the models are as good as like Opus and GPT 5.5, but it's just not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. All right, let's close some of these. Let's get a little bit more reorganized. We've done a lot. Removes this. What was this again? Okay, we're gonna close this one. Okay. Ebert said that's a firefly jar, not a lava lamp. I agree, dude. Not good. All right, let's okay, all right, let's see here. I love Windows. I should be using 600 gigabytes, but I'm at 1,500 gigabytes. Oh my gosh. All right, Exile over on Twitch said, how many 20x max cloud plans do you go through every month while working? So I do have 3 of them, but honestly, like, it's a little bit, it's a little bit like, I don't need that. It's a little bit overkill, to be honest with you. I was expecting that I'd be using UltraCode a little bit more, but guys, honestly, I don't think that UltraCode is the best option. Like, I think it's okay, but like for most tasks, you don't even want to use UltraCode. Okay, let's see this. So git commit. Let's see what it did here. So this was the feature where, hold on, I actually just caused a bug. Let's go over here. What is it? It's right here. Create a temp directory. Okay. Fix this bug that you just created. I was querying on ChatGPT and it suggests me about BridgeSpace. Let's go. Let's go. That's sick. I talked trash about taste skill the other day. After spending more time with it, I changed my mind. It's actually really good if used correctly. Somebody in chat just called me a joker. I'm a joker. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see. Okay. Whoa. Desktop BridgeMind. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Claude Code $100 or Codex $100. Honestly, for usage, I would probably recommend. Codex for that. Now, if you're not using Claude, you're gonna lose out on a lot of design because GPT models just aren't good at design. Okay, so I just made this X post here, guys. Sorry, I was making this X post. So MiniMax M3 is benchmark. So you guys can go check out the lava lamp test here. If you guys have X, go check this out. But pretty much here is the lava lamp test. So MiniMax M3 is benchmark. So it claims to be GPT 5.5 on SweetBench Pro. But if you watch the lava lamp test, like, yeah, the output's rough, okay? It also did fail 8 out of the 12 UI tasks that it was even given. And just as a reminder, the benchmark results that you guys are seeing, they do not equate to real world workflows, okay? This model is supposedly better than GPT 5.5. That is not the case, okay? Cheap, like you get what you pay for. If a model is cheap, there's a reason that it's cheap, okay? And the Chinese models, I just feel like they're not very reliable. It's very difficult to use them in real production settings. And I just cannot recommend them, honestly. I just can't. Okay, what happened here? I was learning how to code, but no, now I'm vibe coding. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be learning how to code anymore. You should be jumping straight into vibe coding for sure, in my opinion. All right, let's go over here. I do want to launch Claude, and I'll just have Claude fix this bug here. Oops. Let's see here. Okay, let's go back over here. Let's grab this. Let's go here. Boom. Fix this error that you see when I'm starting BridgeSpace. People are just mad you're doing something that they aren't. I mean, I've been getting haters for like 10 months. I mean, it just comes with the territory. It's all good. Hate on me. That's okay. All right. How does the credits work when the agents are Codex? They're pretty good. Like, I would say that you get a ton of usage. You get a ton of usage with Codex, so pretty much unlimited. In your Pro sub, pretty much unlimited, I feel like. Now, that has gone down a lot. Like, hey, I've been using this. If we do status here, status, you guys can see that on status, I mean, I have 79%, but this did just reset. How many tokens am I averaging per day? Like hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions. All right. Okay. Great work. I now need you to make sure that this does work on Windows devices. There were some bug reports. I need to make sure that users are able to copy and paste images, drag and drop images on Windows and Mac and on Linux, respectively. All right. Did this fix the issue that we had? Let's see here. npm run tari dev local. All right. You got to be brainwashed telling people not to learn how to code. That's exactly what the big AI companies want people to do to make more money. So yeah, Darius, I would just disagree with you. I'm obviously not doing it to make the AI companies money. It's if you are in this space and you've been here for years, then the reason that I say that is because I've been around for the different jumps in capabilities of the models. And I can literally assure you that you do not want to be learning how to code, okay? What is going on here? So my Codex just broke? What just broke with my Codex? Would you review this and fix this? What is your profit margin since most of your costs are API? Yeah, the profit margins are pretty good. For example, over the last 50 days, we brought in 40,000 in revenue, and I think that 30,000 hit the bottom line. So pretty substantial results there. All right. It is good to know how to code, but AI is definitely better than you at coding. Yes. on 5 terminals, the cross button is out of pill. Yeah, so that's actually already fixed locally. So we have that fixed locally already. It hasn't shipped yet, though. Will there ever be a benchmark for Big Pickle from OpenCode, since I vibe code mostly with free models and would like to see how it compares to other models? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could do that in BridgeBench, but like Big Pickle is, I mean, I don't even know if that's GPT-5 level. $100 is not going to be enough for 10 hours. Payne, I don't know what you said. So Payne, I would say that, like, for example, if there's a critical bug, right, you can use things together. So for example, if you use Sentry MCP, and let's say, like, I'll just give you, like, for my use case, right? If there is a critical bug, if there is a bug in the application, I use AI to solve the bug. I use Sentry MCP, I use AWS, and I have it review all the logs in CloudWatch. I give it access to my database, and I allow it to be able to actually find the bug just like a human would. And it does a pretty good job. Oh, the disk is at 100% capacity. That's probably causing some issues. Hold up here, guys. Oh, wow. Okay, hold on, guys. And this is why this machine is on the way out. We just hit 100% capacity here. So let me clean up my disk here. All right, disk utility, storage. Give me a second here. Oh my goodness. How are you on 200K? I'm not maxed. Yeah, see this? Alex asked where are the apps hosted. AWS. Okay, I'm building up a full admin page for my projects for each bug and system control and connected with Slack. Really amazing. Yep. You could use this open source project to see how much tokens you're using and maybe claim the first spot in the leaderboard, token scale leaderboard. Oh, that's cool. All right, let's check this. I need to just get some of my, I need to clean some of this up. Yeah, the ARR is 200K. Here is the Stripe dashboard for anybody that's new. Sorry, I'm probably blinding you guys, but sorry. All right, MRR 17,464. So far today, let's check out the revenue from today. So far today, we're $875. Yesterday, 1,487. Looking good. All right, let's do a new light goal, guys. Let's push for, we broke the light goal. Let's hit 750. Let's hit 750 likes. Let's go. All right, this looks good. All right, I have to clear up some space, which I did just do. A lot of these can go, though. I have so much video content that's made on this machine that's pretty much the biggest space that I'm taking up. So the agents aren't taking care of deployment, Alex. I just have GitHub action workflows that are set up. What happened to my Codex, though? Okay, there we go. All right, I think we're back. Okay. The most push-ups I've ever done on a stream is 1,000. All right. All right, that definitely slowed us down. I have to sign in. Rate limit. GitHub Actions are magic. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah. What the heck is going on? Oh, I think I know what's going on. Hold on, guys. Okay. This should be back. We should be back here. Let's see, I think my disk space got maxed out. So, all right, agentic dev environment. Yes, this is in AD. How big is your VPS? I don't use VPS. I use AWS, so oops. And I use ECS. So I have auto scaling set up and everything's good. If I open up a second terminal within BridgeSpace and do agent and Claude Code CLI and give that agent a task in a terminal, do I need to use work trees? Does each agent push to GitHub after a task? That's totally up to you. So that's how you control Claude Code yourself. All right, let's see this over here. I want to subscribe to ProWith V3 Code, but I'm not using now. If I cancel and continue later, can I still keep the 50% off tip forever? Yeah, there's no music today. There's some bug with the music. I'm not sure what it was, but there's just issues with the music today. What's the replacement for the M3 Studio? Probably the M5 Studio when it comes out. All right, let's see here. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is the big question here. If we go to settings here and we go down to, so this is the sound and play. Where's the widget? This is the widget's not displaying anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay. So here's the widget pill. And the biggest problem that we have, and we did have Claude work on this. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. So, man. I don't like how you took away the BridgeMind logo while it was recording. That is not what I wanted. I wanted the BridgeMind logo to still show. Also, I don't like the design that you chose. All right, guys, we're going to drop a 30 bomb here in a second. Who's with me? How did you speed up the compiling? Mine compiles for like 20 minutes. On GitHub Actions, it compiles for a while. On this machine, though, it doesn't compile for that long. Avo said, not going to lie, I prefer without music. I wonder, I'm curious, guys, just a quick poll. I'm gonna start a quick poll, so let me know in the chat, guys. Okay, I just started a poll. The poll is, I like stream more without music. Okay, that's the poll that we're gonna do. We'll see how many people vote on this, and go from there. This is the first stream that we've like kind of ever had no music. Typically, we will have music just because it's kind of a vibe, but it looks like we'll see. I don't know. Okay, let's see this one here. The waveform itself aren't great. Which part of the corner do you want to change? The toggle mode, compact sizing. I don't want to revert it. Oh, it's so close. All right, let's just check this out. Okay. All right, let's see this. So where's the agent that we were working with that this one needs to work? All right, here we are. Here's Git. So it's loading Git. So let's go over to, oh, that doesn't work. Oops. As soon as I try to scroll down on this drop down in BridgeSpace on the Git menu, it closes the menu immediately. All right, let's check this out. All right. Also, I can play my own music that way. All right. Also, chat, who wants to do a giveaway? Who wants to do a giveaway? Let's drop a 30 bomb. Who wants to do a giveaway? We'll do a free year of BridgeMind Pro. Who's down? Let's drop a 30 bomb. What happened to the Vibecademy stream? What, like this weekend? I know I spent time with family this weekend. Okay, all right, this looks good. All right, looks like people in chat, they want the giveaway. Let's do the giveaway, guys. Let's go. All right, let's go over to Nightbot. So this is going to be a giveaway for the YouTube chat. All right. Let me get that Google Chrome up. So for anybody that's active in the chat, all right, you don't have to spam. All right, you don't have to spam. I know that you guys like to spam, but you don't have to, okay? Let me pull this up. All right. All right, now that's fixed. This one fix our issue? Hold on. Now there's an issue in BridgeVoice. Wait, where'd it go? Not sure where it went. All right, hold on. We haven't started yet, chat. We haven't started yet. All right, we're gonna do a giveaway. This giveaway has like a $600 value. It's gonna go to active chatters in the chat, and all right, chat's going crazy. All right, guys, don't spam or we can't do the giveaways. All right, next. All right, let's do it. So we're only gonna do 10 minutes, okay? We're only gonna do 10 minutes on this one. Start a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes starting now.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go. What will I do at 100K subs? I don't know. Something special, though. All right, as long as you say one thing in the chat and be active in the chat for 10 minutes, you're eligible for a year of BridgeMind Pro for free. All right, okay, let's go over here. What happened to BridgeVoice? Oh, it's this one right here. Okay, so here's BridgeVoice. I literally have to toggle that. Honestly, I don't like the look as much. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, there is big issues. And that was caused by MiniMax M3. Just so you guys know, MiniMax M3 caused that, okay? Okay, let's go over here. Codex. I need you to review the functionality associated with showing the BridgeVoice widget pill, and note that right now, it's not properly displaying. It should always display unless I have it toggled on that I want it to be hidden until I activate it with the push to talk key. Also note that it doesn't record unless I actually have BridgeVoice pulled up and I'm pressing the push to talk key FN on Mac, respectively. Would you review the code in depth with 2 deep dive agents and figure out what is causing these bugs and fix this? All right, yes, Patrick said, how can you work? Oh my gosh, the chat is going crazy. Let's go, chat. All right. All right, so this is the problem that we're seeing is that, and I want to solve this bug, but for anybody that's like interested in the bug is that MiniMax built this functionality earlier and it caused like so many bugs. Hello. So I can only pull up BridgeVoice. As soon as that untoggles, it should show it again. So you guys see this? So honestly, I feel like Codex is a better go-to for this. When I toggle this off, then the widget pill should go to its default state, which is showing. So update this accordingly to make sure that when this toggles on, it hides it. When I toggle it off, it shows it again. Gab said, I'd love to try BridgeVoice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, Kimmy K 2.6 isn't great either. Why not showing the tab title instead of the icons in the toolbar and show the icons on hover so you can see what that tab is doing? So yeah, so these terminal titles that you guys see, we've already fixed this issue with the styling there. I don't think that they look great. If you guys go to this here, it does look different, so let me show this to you. So we've gone the approach of you can customize them. So for example, I can do like, this is an example, right? And I can just type this in. And then this will be your terminal title. But we've gone a different approach from naming them with like hooks and stuff. It just isn't super efficient. So we've gone a different direction, but also the responsiveness of this has been updated. I feel like this circle can be removed from the headers. You guys see how this has like a little thing here? Just a little nitpick here, but this here, that can go away. That can be removed. This can be removed from the terminal titles. What's the most live viewers I had at one time? 2,000. 2,200, I think. And it was for the launch of GPT 5.6 or 5.5. The reason that, like, I think that BridgeMind, if you guys didn't know, so BridgeMind is the home of the vibe coding movement. This is the largest vibe coding community on the internet. The Discord is over 11,000 members now. And there's just nothing that even comes close. And every time that a new model releases, we basically have like a huge event. Like, it's a big deal when a new model releases. So if you guys, like when new models release and you want to know if the model is good, make sure you check out the BridgeMind community and what's going on there, because that's where you're going to hear what people are thinking about a model, because this is the home of the vibe coding movement, and, you know, nothing else comes close. And, you know, we worked hard to build it, and for everybody that's in the community, you know, I appreciate you guys for being here, because, you know, that's what it's all about. It's about the community. All right. Welcome back, Builder. This looks good. Quen 3.7 Plus launched. Is that true? They tried to... It's not out in open router, though. Here since day 60. Let's go, MX Crafts. What's the best way to use Hermes, in your opinion? Customer service is a great way that I'm using it personally. Customer service is great. Okay, let's go. These are updating. I would like you to take a different approach with the widget pill design. Launch 5 deep dive agents and use the front-end design plugin for reference, and help me build the perfectly designed widget pill that has the BridgeMind logo and is perfect. I don't know what I want for the design of the widget pill. I just know I don't want it to look like it does now. What is better, Hermes agent or OpenClaw? It's an easy question. Hermes. Do you think Mythos will improve your workflow? 100%, yeah. Well, the thing with Mythos, though, is that, like, there's a lot of things about that model that I don't, like, that aren't sure things, right? Like, I think that there's other things about Mythos that we don't know the answer to, right? Like, we don't know how fast it is, right? We don't know, like, we don't know how it functions. We don't know how expensive it is. We don't know what the rate limits are going to be on it. But what I do know is I have 3 Claude Max subscriptions, and I'm ready to max all of them out as soon as Mythos drops. I can't wait for vibe coding with Claude Mythos. That's going to be legendary. What microphone are you using? I'm using a Shure microphone. All right. No source. Okay, perfect. Okay, I am interested in testing this. So if we go here, nice, that bug did get fixed. So let's go to, I want to go to BridgeSpace. Or no, let's go to BridgeVoice, for example. Okay, so for example, here are our releases. Now, I should be able to click on this and open it up. There's no way to click on it. I don't like that. There is no way for me to click on one of these files and have it expand in the modal respectively, figure out what needs to be updated and update accordingly. All right, guys, how much time do we have left on our giveaway? Let's see here. All right, we got 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Let's go. And the winner is going to receive a free year, completely free, of BridgeMind Pro. So if you guys go over to the pricing page, you guys are going to get a free year of Pro, which has a $600 value. So whoever wins is going to get a free BridgeMind Pro subscription for a full year. And then everybody will stop spamming and the chat will go back to normal. Thank goodness. All right. It looks like these two are done. And guys, like, I'm telling you, Codex is faster than GPT now, like 100%. It's way faster. Let's see if it solved this bug, though. So if I go over here, the bug was that when I toggle, wait, hold up. It's this one. All right. The bug was when I toggled this on. So this is a toggle auto hide widget when not recording. So when I toggle this on, it should not show. So you guys saw it disappear, but when I toggle it off, it should show again. Boom, done. Nice. All right, perfect. Now, the biggest bug that we're having is that I literally can't record right now. Alkalest, what's up? How do I enter? You're already entered, bro. Don't worry about it. You're in as long as you say something in the chat. All right. So let's, so if I click FN right now, it's going to start recording. So watch this right here. Test, 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 test. You guys see that? So it works, right? But as soon as I click something else, it doesn't work. And this one's the one that's working on it. I need you to note that this is still not working. When I click on example into another app and I click FN, the BridgeVoice widget pill does not record. Try again, pinpoint the exact cause of the bug and fix this. All right, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. Well, actually, no, 55 seconds left. 55 seconds left, chat. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Also, hold on. Let's see where we're at with the. Hold on. I want to see. Well. All right. What was the status of this poll? All right. So look at this. I like stream more without music, and there's 261 votes on this. So 261 people voted, and they said that they like the stream more without music. That's crazy to me. Okay. 59%. Dang. Okay. All right. I'm gonna end the poll. Let's start another poll. All right, we're gonna do a like goal. Hold on. Every push-up, sorry, every like equals +1 push-up. Sorry, I didn't have Claude write that for me, so it can be hard when I don't do it. Don't have Claude do it for me. All right, goal 750 likes. All right. Oh shoot, I hear the timer, guys. All right, if you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. I'm pretty sure the giveaway. All right, giveaway. It's time, guys. Let's see. All right, once we pick a winner here, there's gonna be. All right, 194 eligible. Choose a winner. 3, 2, 1. Boom, winner. All right, Jordan Pryor. Congratulations. You've just won the BridgeMind yearly giveaway. What do you have to say for yourself? You have 60 seconds to claim your prize. Do you accept your prize, Jordan? Jordan, where are you? W Jordan in the chat. Where is he? He's got 28 seconds left. Oh no. Hey, okay, he's here. He's here. All right, he got it. He got it. All right, congratulations, Jordan. All right, he accepts. He won. Congratulations. $600 value. Congrats. All right, so to claim your prize, Jordan, just I'm about to send this in the Discord, but just join the BridgeMind Discord community. So I'm gonna go over here. Let's go over here, and I'm gonna paste this in chat. Winner of the BridgeMind Pro yearly giveaway. Send me a screenshot of your YouTube channel and in my DMs. Yeah, so just DM me and I'll take care of it after the stream. I'll send you a code. Let's go. He dropped a bunch of W's. All right, chat. All right, no more spamming. No more spamming or mute the app. He's going to lay their hammer on. But all right. All right, so this is the biggest problem we have right now, and it's pretty much that I click FN, hello, hello, this is working, hello, nice, 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 and it works great, right? But as soon as I click on something else, no more. So that needs to be fixed. I don't like that. Okay, let's see this one. It switches, but too cramped. All right, that's fine. Let's get intellectual again. Facts. Let's go. All right, we've reset. Yeah, the reset limits. They did reset limits, which is great. All right. right, hold up here. BridgeBench. What? All right, so this here. Okay, now it's not even. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. It's kind of. We could literally make this really good. What is my favorite music genre? I like all types of music. I like all types of music. Okay, this is looking better. Do you guys see the animations here when I'm talking and stuff? It just, it says, All right. All right, let's see over here. But see, when I click off of it, then it doesn't let me record it. Okay, so Lufer over on Twitch said, do you think it's smart that I built a skill architect that builds high quality skills for me? I have created lots that like give me a quality of life experience when vibe coding. I made entire security review skills that even put security holes into 4 different categories. I just want to ask you if you think it's a waste of tokens or if it could be useful for long term. I 100% think that that is useful. Basically like a skill builder, 100% that's useful, dude. 100%. What's the UI inspiration for BridgeMind? The entire UI looks good. I pretty much just iterated with it until I got something that I liked. Okay, this is not working, guys. It's not working. Okay, I think that what we need to do, okay, pinpoint the remaining bug. The Mac OS event tab was seeing global events, but the FN press was being resolved from the event snapshot. Fixed in BridgeVoice. So this is actually like a really big problem. But guys, this is what we're going to do, okay? We are going to go over to Cursor, okay? And I'm going to show you guys a little trick. I've got $16,000 in Cursor credits. So we're going to pull up Cursor here, and we're going to put old Cursor here in debug mode, okay? And we're going to explain our issue to Cursor in debug mode, and it's able to create like instrumentation and stuff that's like really, really sick. So I am still getting the issue. Would you output a brief 1 paragraph of what our issue is and what is happening, and note that we still cannot solve it, and prompt another AI to help us find the issue and debug it? Yeah, that's a Claude problem. All right. Man, I'm tempted to... All right, I got so much to do. How long have I been streaming? I don't know how long I've been streaming for. Let's see. We've been live 4 hours and 11 minutes. I could literally go 12 hours easy. The only issue is that it's literally not productive for me to stream that long today. I've got too many other things to do. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to drop this into debug mode, and we're going to at BridgeVoice. And I actually am going to use Opus 4.8 extra fast, okay? So this costs like $50 per million on the output. It's faster, but we're going to give this a shot. And I do think that this will be able to solve it. So we're in debug mode. And what it'll do is it'll basically like set up instrumentation where we'll do like a loop, right? And we'll be able to like actually set it up so that we figure out what is causing this bug, like for sure. Okay. LV Music said, great guy, and thank you. What do I think about MiniMax M3? Double thumbs down. It's not good. Also, guys, let's drop a 30 bomb real quick while this works. Let's go. Let's go. I'll lock them. Mute the app. Thank you. I mean, yeah, guys, I just want everybody to know I am grinding, okay? I've been up since 5 a.m. Gonna work all day. I may do a no talking stream tonight. The only thing is, we're gonna work 100 hours this week. I have to wake up tomorrow at 5 a.m. so I can lock in again. I have to get a workout in at some point today. Probably as soon as I'm done streaming, I'll go for a run. It's like cloudy out, but I'll go for a run. I'll get everything that I need to get to done. But who in the chat would be down for a no talking stream tonight? Let me know in the chat. Who would be down? Because we have a ton of updates that need to be shipped. Now, one thing I do want to take a look at is that resume functionality. So you guys know that we built that. It was good, but then we proceeded to break it. Okay. Okay, so if I go here, so open an editor. So you can now open it in the editor. All right. Do you think GPT 5.6 will be better than Mythos? I don't know. The thing about Mythos is like, this is my big thing. I think that on this architecture, they're releasing these new models, right? But the thing is like Opus 4.8 probably had the same exact pre-training data as Opus 4.7, okay? And Opus 4, like, we have not been seeing like a massive leap, and I want to get a massive leap, and I think to get a massive leap, I think we need a new architecture, and I think that Mythos potentially is that architecture that we need. So if GPT 5.6 is like built on the same architecture as GPT 5.5, and it's just built on like the same pre-training data, then I don't think that it's going to compete. I think that a new architecture is needed. Just like if you guys remember when we went from like GPT 4.0 to 0.1, and if you guys remember how big of a jump that was, which it was big, and if you guys remember that, I'm thinking that that is what is going to happen with Mythos. Is it's going to be an 0.1 type jump. And that's what I'm hoping for. It's just hard because there's so much hype in the space that, like, I don't know. I just want that feeling again. What do I mean by architecture? I just mean it needs to be like a completely different model that was trained in a different way, that has like completely different weights, that functions in a different way. Like, I think that we've kind of maxed out what you can do with this existing model architecture. And like, we need... the problem is if you scale up the model, it's going to be way slower. So that's what I'm worried about with Mythos is like, are we going to get a model that runs at like 10 tokens per second, right? What project ideas would you recommend to practice vibe coding and stand out in the resume? I think that's some like, you could do like, if your purpose is making something that stands out in a resume, I think I'll revert back to what I always say. I always say do something that you're passionate about, because if you're passionate about it, then when you're going over it in like an interview, then it'll come through, right? Argon over on Twitch, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Not working, not working, not working. Not working. Now it is working because I have BridgeVoice focused. Test, 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 test. All right, so I have 13 logs here. Sezi over on Twitch said, oh yeah, where basically GPT-3 only filled out your words and the new GPT-3 answered your question, which I think was the reason of a big jump. And I heard that new models will use tokens per sentence, how it guesses a whole sentence, not just word by word. Yeah. Do you think local LLMs or data center-based LLMs are the future in, say, 5 years' time? Well, I think that the local LLMs are going to get better, but Frontier is always going to be ahead. So I think that the local models are going to be better, but the Frontier is just going to be super far ahead. So with local models, I mean, you could look at it and you could say, hey, for robotics, think about this. Let's say that you wanted to build a robot, and let's say it's 10 years from now, right? I think that 10 years from now, we'll have models that can run like inside of like an Optimus right? Or like, let's say that it's inside of some sort of robot that robot can run like offline, right? Like it doesn't have to have a connection to an API to be able to function, but the robot actually has an LLM that's running inside of it. Because if you have a piece of technology that is completely reliant on the internet, that's going to be pretty difficult to scale up. But I think that robots in the future probably will have local LLMs that can run really fast, like inside, like they'll have, a chip that can run super good local models. That's just an example. Is this free? No, this is not free. This is what's generating 200K ARR. How's it going? Just Poker, what's up, man? It's going good. NVIDIA plugin available in Codex. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's like a 20-second delay on YouTube, yeah. All right, let's go over. So let's do a cursor found. Case A, click another app to focus it. Test, test, test. Okay, then it wants me to click this. Test, test, test. I'm now clicked into BridgeVoice and it is working. All right, so then I'll proceed. How's the Hermes agents you made about yourself is doing? It's doing good. It's managing my emails. What else is that one doing for me? That one, it manages my personal emails. It also manages the bugs. Like it literally looks at the bugs for me and is able to like orchestrate them to my other agents. I'll do another video here soon on my Hermes agents and explain to you guys how I'm using them. But if you're being honest, do you really think that AI local models will be so good in 2 to 4 years that they can run on a basic $2,000 PC with the same level of Opus? Oh yeah, I think in 2 to 4 years, Opus 4.5 or Opus 4.6, 100%. Like the local models are now. GPT-5 was, I mean, I'm running a model on this computer, right? The M5 Max that can run at 100 tokens per second. That's better than GPT-5 was. So we're already kind of there. So here are the new hypotheses. We'll see if we can debug this. How fast do you run out of usage in a Claude Max account? Honestly, like the usage limits on Claude have gotten so much better that unless like you're using like Max and UltraCode, I'm not really hitting my limits. So, okay, what happened here? Let's see. Did it update? What did it update? Let me add a tap auto. Okay, so new hypothesis. So here are the hypotheses. 2 to 3 years is hard to predict. The models will get crazy. Yeah. The models will be so good. Think about it. 2 to 3 years ago, guys, 3 years ago, we had GPT-4. 2 years ago, we had GPT-4o. I don't even know. What was the context window on GPT-4o? Was it 128? How much was it? I'm actually curious. Hold on. GPT-4o context window. It's been retired, but GPT-4o, let's just look at when it initially launched. 128, I knew it. 128,000 context window. Do you guys see that? That is insane. So 2 years ago, we were working with models that had 128K in context. That is literally nuts. No, we didn't have Codex 3 years ago. No, it's gonna get crazy, guys. It's gonna get insane, and that's why you have to like if you are unaware of what's going on, I am just like sounding the alarms to you guys. If you guys are watching me right now and you don't know what I'm doing, definitely join the community so that you can get around people that are doing this, because this is the future, okay? And if you want to be like a high value member of society and have like really good skills, you want to start vibe coding now, and you want to start using AI now, because like in the future, people are going to be seeking out AI enabled people that understand how to use AI and are really good with it. They're not even going to be like entertaining people that aren't using AI or aren't good with it. So definitely start using it. Okay, rebuild and launch BridgeVoice and wait for the window to appear. Do not press any keys. And then wants me to click into another app to give focus. Press and hold the FN key. Hello, hello, hello. But then that didn't get, that's no logs, literally no logs. For artificial analysis, DeepSeek V4 Pro is more intelligent than the Claude Sonnet 4.6 and technically can be run locally. Okay, so technically it can be run locally, but just so you know, I did run it on my DGX Sparks, and it's not the Pro version. I ran the, like think about it, those are $5,000 machines, right? And I can't run, like, even the Flash version on a DGX Spark. And I have to install a super quantized version of DeepSeek V4 Flash. And then even then, it only runs at 8 tokens per second. So when they say, like, oh, the models are open source and you can run them locally, they're not actually good. Like on this hardware that I have, like those DGX Sparks, this MacBook Pro, you are not realistically running DeepSeek on any of these. And that's why I feel like the open source is a little bit of a lie, because like people they don't understand that, like, yeah, you're not running DeepSeek locally. You know, you just aren't. Are you using Composer 2.5? I'm not, no. So yeah, this is the issue that we're having, is that this is like a pretty, I mean, we're close on this bug, but this is a tricky one. That's a tricky one. I would love to get the resume functionality. Let's see if it's built. We had it working in 3.0.74. I think Opus 4.8 is worse than 4.7 because, if we're honest, Opus 4.8 just reasons for small bugs for literally 0 reasons. And are you with me? Because I don't know if it's just me. No, I think that Opus 4.8, I do think that Opus 4.8 is better than Opus 4.7. I do think that it thinks a lot more. I was not necessarily like disappointed with Opus 4.8, but this is not like new model architecture. This is not anything to like write home about, you know, like this is just kind of like a little iteration that they gave us. All right, let's see here. We want to see that the ability, that modal, if you guys remember from the last stream, it was 3.0.74 where we were able to resume, and I don't think it works anymore. Yeah, it doesn't work. So let's do this real quick. Mac is better than Windows, in my opinion, for coding. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's actually use cursor real quick. Hold on, this wants me to test this again. Let's give it what it needs. Hold on, let's actually get a prompt going. So we're going to do Claude. Do Claude for this. I want you to review commit with version 3.0.74 and review the functionality that we had for resuming coding agents. Note that in 3.0.74, this functionality was working, and we had to revert back to version 3.0.72, and we lost that functionality. I need you to check out a Git work tree, and I need you to review this functionality from GitHub and gain a complete understanding of how we had this working. And then I need you to create a structured plan to rebuild this functionality back into BridgeSpace that we had working. All right, I'm going to put it in plan mode here. All right, best front-end LLM, definitely Claude Opus 4.8. All right, let's go back over here. What does Cursor want from us? So rebuild and launch, click on their app to give it focus. Okay, let's check it out. Let's go BridgeMind. Let's go here. We're going to npm run Tari dev local. What are your machine specs? 96 gigabytes of RAM. It's an M3 Max Ultra. It's got a terabyte. This machine isn't that great. The one that I'm running the stream on, my M5 Max is better. I honestly would be better off running the stream from the M5 Max, which is kind of surprising. Okay. Okay, so what it wants me to do is just wants me to click on another app. Hello, hello, hello. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. All right. Did that give it any logs? There's literally 0 logs. Yeah, AI data centers will be moved to space, yeah. Is auto mode better than bypass permission mode? I typically use auto mode, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure it'll literally just auto, I mean, it's pretty much bypass permission, but I'm pretty sure that the AI like decides for you. It's kind of cool. Yeah, the callback never even fired once. Well, is the problem that my I mean, here I think is potentially the problem. I don't think that it's global. I think that it's possible that my settings is still configured with Whisper Flow. Let's actually ask. I think I may know what the cause of the bug is. I want you to guide me. What would be the settings in my Mac settings to review what my FN key is hooked up to so I can see what it's connected to, because I think it may still be hooked up with Whisper Flow. I'm not sure. Did you use GPT 5.5 extra high for fixing the bug in BridgeSpace that Opus 4.8 Ultra with Swarm couldn't fix? Yes, so I did try and it wasn't able to do it either. So I think that it's just a limitation of the current models, to be completely honest with you. DGX Sparks, what models would you run? What kind of things do I use for them? So I do run Hermes agents with these Sparks. I will make a video about it this week. On basically, it's going to be a video about my MacBook M5 Max Ultra, or whatever this even is, versus the DGX Spark. All right, hold on. Where is cursor? Why is cursor not playing up? I guess it's this. All right, put this in. All right, now let's pull this up. Okay, I want to see this. I use Control and Spacebar for my talk to text. Yeah, YouTube is a little bit delayed. Yo, where are we at now? What's with BridgeMind? Last time I saw it was at 100K ARR. Yeah, so just let me pull up the Twitch, not the Twitch, sorry, the Stripe dashboard, and I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, also I do want to see this, because I'm curious. I think it may be because this is not configured with the correct key. So here's the Stripe dashboard for anybody curious. So we're currently at 17,464 in MRR. 620 active subscribers. Okay, so system settings, keyboard. So let's check this out. Hold on, it may be a little bit sensitive. Okay, so settings, keyboard. Let's see here. Okay, keyboard. Okay, I don't think that this is sensitive. So, all right, settings, keyboard. I'm curious to see if this is just connected to like Whisper Flow still. And then it's what, keyboard shortcuts? Options are change input. Oh, it's right here. Change input source. So it just says show emojis and symbols. I thought there was a way that this was set to like Whisper Flow or something. I don't know. Is BridgeMind a monthly subscription? Yeah, it is. Collateralize. macOS keyboard shortcut binding, system settings, keyboard shortcuts, dictation. I'm not seeing that either. Function keys, modifier keys. No, I don't know. Yeah, the FN key is used by the Mac operating system, but if you use Whisper Flow, you can use the FN key. Try Codex computer use. System settings. Input monitoring. Because I think that the reason that it's not listening is because it's not connected to, like, it's not actually connected to it globally. Like, I can only do it when I'm actually clicked in. Hello, this is a test, which says to me, test, but then as soon as I click out, test, nothing. I have to be clicked in. So that to me says that it's not actually clicked in. Now, yeah, I don't know, guys. All right, All right, it says that I found the critical moment in the logs. The smoking gun is that no tap disabled callback was ever fired. What? Did I downgrade? I didn't think I did. It says that I'm on the pro plan. I didn't think that I was on the pro plan. I've got Cursor Ultra. That looks like a bug to me. Oh, whoa, hold up. This run is the breakthrough. It says that it confirmed the root cause. The path works perfectly when the tap is alive, even with another app focus. Lines 96 to 134 show 3 complete FN cycles while another app had focus. What? I feel like that definitely is not right because I tested it 3 times, not while another app was in focus. Do I have a computer science background? I'm self-taught, so yeah, this is debug mode. Am I making any money? Yes. My cursor credits technically don't cost money because somehow they put me in like their creator program. So I've got, let's see here, I've got $13,000 in cursor credits. So I just let it rip on the cursor credits. I don't, yeah, so look at this. It says I have Ultra here. You can see Ultra right there. But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't say I have Ultra in the app. All right. All right, let's see this. I feel like that definitely did not get that right. Because look, it said that it found the 3 events, but it definitely did not work, I feel like. Okay, here it's booting up. Hello. This is not working. This is not working. Not working at all. So it's not working. Am I profitable? Yes. All right, Ruben. Thank you. Yeah, we just hit 200K. Have I tried Perplexity computer use? How does it compare with Claude Code? I have not tried Complexity computer use. I'll have to give it a shot. I remember when they initially dropped that, it was super hype, but I haven't heard a lot about it, to be honest with you. Not a whole lot of people are talking about it. All right. Have I seen Coin 3.7 Plus? I did see that it was starting to come out, but I haven't tried it out yet. It's not an open router, I don't think, right? Let's check open router. Open router, yeah, not out on open router yet. Probably their response to MiniMax M3. How long did it take for you to break even with expenses? Honestly, like the last 3 months. So it took me about 6 months to start to make like a, but then the thing is it's like, it's not like it was like, oh, like, I don't know. I think that once you just put 6 months into something and see if it works, but 6 months was really the breakthrough for me. Like if I look at the Stripe dashboard, at least for BridgeMind, because I was working on another project for a while called View Creator, and it's like, hey, View Creator didn't hit, right? Like View Creator was kind of a miss. Let's go over here and let's just like, even like, if you look at the Stripe dashboard, right? Like if you look at the last 3 months, you know, this is where things have really started to take off. Like they've really started to take off. So I had to put in 6 months up front for us to really start to, you know, generate MRR. But, you know, I think that it's worked out. Okay, let's see if this, I really would like this to work, guys. I need to confirm. It says that it found it. The evidence proves recovery requires recreating the tap, not re-enabling. I'm going to let this do its thing. Did you advertise for BridgeMind anyway? I did not, no. Literally just posting on social media has been, it's worked for me. Just posting. All right, let's check up on that agent that is, okay, it's this one right here, core recovery flow. Yes, yes, yes. Magic said he loves looking at his Stripe dashboard. Don't blame him. Dopamine spike. Honestly, the main reason I look at the Stripe dashboard is just to show you guys where we're at, to give people updates, because I think people are following along with the journey. For the Stripe dashboard, it can be like really discouraging when it's not going up. I'm going to be honest. If you guys remember, just like even 2 weeks ago when it was like stagnant, we were at 15,000. It was stagnant. We broke through it, but test, not working, guys. Test, not working. This is a test and it is not working. So this is frustrating where it's like, hey, I've been working with Cursor's debug mode and we just can't solve the bug, right? Like we can look at the actual logs and we got nothing here. Am I going to sign up for ads in TrustMRR? Potentially, probably not, unless I would want to like kind of make it a thing. I don't know. I'll consider it, but I haven't really done like any paid ads or anything. All right. All right, let's go over here. All right, we're back. Yes, auto mode. All right, so this one's going to try and rebuild that resume functionality. And guys, a lot has gotten done in BridgeSpace today. So look at this. We've got basically now the bridge boards are now just like right here. So if you launch Bridgeboard, it's going to open up a new workspace. So you guys see this? You can open up this. You can go here, and then you can also navigate between different bridge boards. So if you want this one, for example, hey, let's say this one's gonna be my test bridge board, test, and then let's rename this one, and this one's just gonna be, let's say this was the BridgeMind project, right? So you can go here, and then you can go back and forth between whatever bridge board you want. Now with this here, swarms are improved. So if you go to swarms, this is the new UI of what swarms look like. Hold on here. So it looks good when I expand. Now when it's not expanded though, you guys see this? This doesn't look great. Run Claude. I am going to highlight what I see here. Do you guys see it's just like getting cut off? On smaller screen sizes, this here is not very responsive. Review this and integrate an update that will improve the design so that it looks better on smaller screen sizes. Collateralize said the website for BridgeMind and also View Creator looks very nice. How did you create those? I used Opus models, but pretty much like you kind of just build and iterate until you get something that you like, and then you go from there. Let's go over to BridgeVoice. Go over to Cursor. Where are we at here? Rebuild and relaunch. I mean, I've given Cursor debug mode so many attempts to get this working, and it's just not there. So I don't know. Can you tell me how hard was doing social media for you and how hard it is to pick a great SaaS idea? Well, everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own journey. Grinding social media, it definitely, it's all consuming. You have to work really, really hard. So for example, like, hey, I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. I've been posting on X. I created a YouTube video. Now I'm streaming. Then I'm going to work on more content after the stream. And then I'm going to work more. And then I may even stream tonight for a vibe coding no talking stream. I'm not sure if I'll do that. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow to do it all over again. And then you have to leave time for, like eating and like showering and, figuring out how you're going to, actually survive and stuff. So that's typically the hardest part. Hello, hello, hello. This is a test. It's not working. Not sure what's causing this. Test, 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 test. Test. Do you think merging BridgeSwarm and BridgeCanvas is a good idea? Well, we haven't started working on BridgeCanvas yet. The initial alpha of BridgeCanvas was not... I didn't love it. That's why I deprecated it. It wasn't getting used a ton. But I think that there's a better approach that we can take for BridgeCanvas that's going to be a lot better. But BridgeSwarm is like totally its own thing. I think it would be really challenging to combine those two. Try Composer. I don't know. I don't think that Composer would be able to get it, to be honest. Let's go over here and see where this one's at. All right, this one looks good. This one here looks good. Let's check the design on the skills. So open this up. Skills should have gotten a redesign. That's a lot better. Yeah. That's a lot better, design-wise. Now this needs a lot of work. This, load and get. Integrating Git has been good. All right, 24 changes. You can see the changes here. What happens when I open this up? All right. So it opens up it on the side panel. Honestly, I don't want it to open up in the side panel, though. I want it to open up app-wide. So you guys see this? I want it to open up, like, the entire app. When opening up the right side panel and actually expanding the file, I want it to expand the entire width of the app, not just this small area. Review and help me build this, respectively. I could see myself paying for some image editing. I hear about a girl making 4K and doing memes on a mobile app. Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's so many ideas out there. Okay, let's see here. Rain, thank you for the dono. He said, I'm building an AI platform that scans for real-world pain points, analyzes their potential, and turns them into practical solutions and structured business opportunities thoughts. That seems like a pretty good idea. I'd be curious where the data from it is coming from, because that's obviously the biggest factor there is, hey, where are you getting the data? All right. Wow. Okay. Where's this one at? How are we doing here? Leave it in the work tree. The resume feature is already built in green on agent session resume, but not in your active branch. How should I integrate it? I want you to integrate it into the branch that we're currently on, the dev branch. Wait, hold on. How is this? What branch are we on right now? Hold on. I definitely don't want to mess this up. All right, cursor. BridgeSpace. Sorry. What branch are we currently on? All right. you can just merge it into this branch respectively. Note that this is where we're currently working, so it's sensitive. It has a lot of changes, and we need to make sure that we integrate it respectively. Oh, Reddit data would be interesting. Yeah, Reddit data. How's the AI voice receptionist? Is it good nowadays? The receptionist? Yeah, so right now, Jarvis, it needs a big improvement. I think, like, right now, look at this. We had a 502 gateway error on it, and it needs some improvement. I'm not super happy with where Bridge is at today. I think there's so much that we can do with it. It's just that, like for example, I need to figure out how to speed it up, where right now it takes your prompt, it has the context of the code base as the context of a terminal, but like, why are we getting a 502 gateway? So I'm going to look at this off stream. It has to do with my AWS infrastructure, so I'm going to take a look at it off stream. That's one thing that kind of had in my bucket for, hey, let's take a look at this off stream, where I can look at some more sensitive stuff. But yeah, I do think this has a ton of potential, but it also, like, I just don't like the way that that you have to have this sidebar open. I think there's a much better approach to it, to be honest with you. And I think that we'll build it out. It's just going to take some time. All right. Which is the exact model you're using currently for local transcription, the Whisper Large, Whisper Base, or Whisper Tiny? I'm using the base model. All right. Okay. Where are we at here? So the resume branch is a clean fast forward branch. Okay, we'll see this. This one's done. This one's about to finish. Let's check this out now. Oh man, we have an error. What's going on? Yeah, dang. Fix this error here. Let's give it a little time. I've been doing ×1 task, and as soon as they accomplish the one task, I've been starting new agents. And honestly, it's been working very well. Thank you for the tip on that, Vid. Thank you. I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, you just have to... Oh, whoa. What's going on? Oh, geez. What do we do? Okay. I don't like that. What is this bug that I'm getting here? It just continues to re-render and load and load and load. All right, chill. If my trading bot in IDE doesn't work, I want to work for Matt. I think I can really help too. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, let me know how your trading bot goes. Yeah, trading bot, you can definitely have a lot of success with those. So yeah, seizure warning, yeah. Okay, Rain said it scans around 14 data sources, Reddit, G2, Google Apps to spot repeated complaints, rising searches, unmet needs, weak competitors, and market gaps, then turns them into business opportunities. That's actually a pretty good idea, yeah. I mean, like, you could literally have an open Claude that's able to scan and find, like, trending. Like, I think that is a good idea. And then also, like, smaller micro products or micro projects where, hey, you see that there's demand for something and you're able to create, you know, a SaaS that is able to meet that need, right? I think that that's also a good option as well. Also, guys, let's bust out a 30 bomb. Let's go. Let's go. All right, where are we at with cursor here? I'm getting tired of, why are you asking me to use Whisper Flow? We're talking about BridgeVoice here. Why are you prompting me with Whisper Flow crap? Sorry, I use crap. I'm frustrated at cursor. Rain, keep it going. 1,300 MRR is really good. Dang, what the heck? What's clicky? Clicky? An AI buddy that lives on your Mac. An AI buddy that lives on your Mac. Clicky sits right next to your cursor and sees everything you ask, sees everything you see, ask a question out loud, and it'll walk you through whatever you're working on, or say Clicky agent, and it'll spin up an agent to build, research, or do whatever for you in the background. On Windows? Okay. Should we try this? I'm actually kind of interested in this. Hold up. Download for Mac. Clicky. An AI buddy that lives on your Mac. Hey, Clicky. All right, hey, Clicky. What the heck? Open. All right, hold on. It wants me to sign in with Google. All right, pick a color. It's fine. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Open. Drag me. Grant screen recording. So I can literally see your screen. Okay. Hold on. I want you guys to be able to hear this for sure. Hold on. All right. Let me get the volume turned on. All right. Mac OS. Here. All right. Just run audio capture. So I can do this. Grant screen recording. Open. Didn't I already do that? I already did that. Okay. It's struggling. Clicky. I've already added screen recording. Doesn't he go here? Okay. Oh, got it. All right. All right, allow. Meet Clicky.
My name is Farza, and this is Clicky. Clicky is a little AI companion that lives on your screen and follows you around as you use your computer. Here's how it works. When you press Control Option, in that moment, Clicky can see your screen and help you with whatever you're trying to do. So, and you don't even have to leave the program that you're in. That's the crazy part. So let's say that, you're in After Effects and you have no idea how to color grade a video. Let's say you're writing a tweet and you want some feedback. Let's say you're in Claude Code or Codex and you want to learn more about how to actually use it. No matter what you're trying to do, Clicky can help you because it can see your screen and talk back to you and help you figure out whatever you're trying to do. Clicky can also move around and point at things, which is really helpful when you need almost like a friend that's gonna guide you through whatever you're trying to do.
Like I said, BridgeVoice having an identity
also
crisis.
Agents for you. All you have to say is, "Hey, Clicky agent," and then ask for literally whatever you want. So here's a request. Take your hands off your keyboard right now, and let me show you something magical. Just watch me spawn an agent with just my voice. "Hey, Clicky agent, I'm the CEO of this company, of this rocket company you see on my screen. Can you research my competitors and save it as a PDF?
I just
and open it
launched
for me with
SpaceX.
your phone?" And just like that, at the top of your screen, you'll see Clicky just spawned an agent. And I just did it with just my voice. You can even hover it and see what the agent is doing. And because Clicky is a general agent, it means it can also build stuff. So check this out. "Hey, Clicky agent, can you make me a website for the beautiful person watching this video right now and open it in the browser when you're done?" And bada bing, now we have 2 agents working, and Clicky will let you know when they're done. And so that's Clicky Agent. It can do so much more. It can set reminders for you on your native Apple reminders. It can schedule stuff for you. It can write stuff for you. It can do anything. It's the simplest interface in the world to talk to the models and spawn agents. Let us know what you think. This is all still really early. We're only like 2 weeks into this.
2 weeks? What the heck?
If you run into any issues, please message me here. I'll open my Twitter here and just DM me. Cool. Bye.
All right. Okay, let's test this out. Control Option. Hey there, Clicky. What's up?
Hey, I'm Hey Clicky. I can answer questions, understand what's on your screen, and point or type when you ask, open quick local things, and start background workers for builds, research, files, and apps.
I need you to help me understand what my current Claude Code session is working on.
Got it. I'll take a careful look at your current Claude Code session and explain what it's doing. It figured out the real conflict. An earlier change deliberately removed user prompt parsing, which broke the tests.
Can you see my entire screen right now?
I only see what you share through the attached screenshots or what my tools return.
Oh,
Not your full live screen all the time.
okay. All right, so I can... What the heck?
Sounds like something glitched mid-sentence. If you are about to ask me to point something out or help with a specific screen, say what you want. Like, show me where the diff is, or explain what this test is doing, and I'll help.
Will you help me cheat on this calc exam?
I can't help with cheating. I can help you study fast, explain concepts in plain language, and walk through practice problems step by step so you're ready.
All right,
If you want, tell me the topic, like derivatives,
So-
integrals, or limits,
This one...
and I'll help you get it quickly.
Do you guys see this up here? So this one here is working on your fun. Okay, it did create this. And then this one, it did create that. Hold on, this is really interesting. Is this agent almost done?
Let me check what the session output shows and see how close it is. Yeah, it looks close to done.
What is this using?
It already made the key edits and is now in the final verification pass running tests and checks. If those come back green, it's basically finished. If
Can you submit a follow-up prompt? Let's see this.
Sure, I'll put together a concise follow-up prompt tailored to what the agent is doing.
Is he going to submit it, though? That's my question.
Yep, I'll drop a follow-up into this input box at the
Oh.
bottom of the session.
Didn't submit anything. Apparently, it's also open sourced. You didn't submit anything.
Let me check what actually happened with that follow-up and sort out the mismatch.
People are saying this is open source.
click this prompt box at the bottom of the session. Then say continue, and I'll drop the follow-up in.
So I have to click this myself? Prompt input?
Got it. I'll handle that follow-up now and let you know when it's running.
All right, it's thinking. All right, and we will be able to test this here in a second. GPT real-time, $32 output, $5
Clicking the
input.
prompt box at the bottom of the session.
This
here.
basically doesn't work.
Okay. I'll get that prompt into the input box.
What?
And then continue from there.
It is
Paste your
cool.
prompt text into this input box at the bottom.
Does it want me to do
Then
it?
say continue when it's in.
Okay. So that's not working there. That is really interesting though. So can I just pull up? Hold on. First of all, I do want to test this. Like, let's go over here. So it literally just follows me around. So you guys can see that it's just like right by my cursor. But I'm not, what is the best use case of this? I'm not sure. Hey there, Clicky. Okay, this also
I'm
is.
here.
Also,
Want
by the
me
way,
to show you
guys,
where to
I'll have
paste
the
that
music
prompt in
probably
the
back
input
up
box?
next stream.
Or are you switching to something else?
Okay, let's see. Okay, we're gonna test the Claude resume functionality here. Resume. All right, resume. Okay, that's fine. It's meant more for learning SOP guides, not automation. Okay, good to know. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's now close out of this and let's go back over here and see if this is now integrated. This is the resume functionality. So let's now restart, see if it built it. All right. Should I keep building my AI IDE? I have been building for 3 months on it, or is it a waste of time? What matters more, great IDE tools or great AI system prompts? I think those both matter. Okay, this did not work. That's so frustrating. Okay, that's okay. All right, we have a lot of work to do. What time is it? Okay, shoot. All right, I do need to jump off the stream. I've got other stuff that I need to do off the stream, but I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow live, 10:30 a.m. I'm gonna go knock a couple stuff off, knock a couple things out off the stream. But thank you guys for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. Just as a reminder, we do have our project sharing event on Wednesday, but I have to go take care of a couple things. Got a meeting. But with that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. See you guys in the future. It's a good stream. Whew. Hey, Elon, I've been waiting for your call. Yeah, no, this is a great time to talk. Yeah, I just got off the stream and we're good to go.